Okay, so imagine you pull over someone for speeding. You write the ticket, you go home, you kiss your wife, you watch TV. Normal Tuesday. Now imagine that same cop, the one writing tickets, coaching Little League, waving at neighbors, comes home one day, and his wife is dead in the bathtub. And everyone just believes them because they're cops. Because why would a cop lie? I want to tell you about 5 people who used exactly that logic as a weapon. 5 people who wore badges, wore uniforms, wore the faces of people we're supposed to trust, and every single one of them got away with it for years. Drew Peterson, Stephanie Lazarus, Manuel Pardo, Brian Fallon, Roger Golubsky. One thing they all had in common: the system looked the other way. And if you think you'd have seen through them, honestly, I'm not sure you would have. I wasn't sure I would have either. If you like true crime, where the killer is wearing the uniform you'd call if you were scared, hit subscribe. New case every week.
Of Kathleen's family, members and her friends. Although we cannot have Kathleen back, we hope she can now rest in peace, and that she knows she had her day.
What are your impressions?
Holding up his handcuffs saying, "Look at my bling."
Having fun with what's going on, but deep down inside, I'm sure he's thinking about what he did.
There's good news. I saved a bundle on my car insurance.
Good mood. When he was arrested, he was joking with the officers.
Just released the audio tapes. They feature, quote, rants and plots between Peterson and a fellow inmate.
October 28th, 2007, Bolingbrook, Illinois. Early evening. A police sergeant pulls into the driveway of his house on Pheasant Chase Court. He walks inside. His 2 young children are there, Anthony, 4 years old, and Lacey, 2. His wife is not. He will later tell investigators that she called him that morning, that she said she was leaving him for another man, that she sounded fine, that he wasn't worried. His wife's name is Stacy Peterson. She is 23 years old. She has never been found. Here's what I want you to hold in your mind as we go through this story. Drew Peterson is a police sergeant. He has spent 30 years inside the machine that investigates crimes, processes evidence, interviews witnesses, builds cases. He knows exactly what investigators look for. He knows what an alibi sounds like. He knows how evidence disappears. He knows the difference between a case that gets closed and a case that gets solved. He is also, at the exact moment his wife disappears, already connected to the death of his previous wife, who drowned in a dry bathtub 3 years earlier, and whose death was ruled an accident by a coroner's jury that included one of his personal friends from the department. 2 wives, one dead in a bathtub, one missing. And the man who connects them is outside his house, flirting with reporters on camera and cracking jokes. This is the story of Drew Peterson. And I promise you, the further we go, the darker it gets. Drew Walter Peterson was born on January 5th, 1954, in Bolingbrook, Illinois, a suburb southwest of Chicago. He joined the Army after high school, served 2 years, and in 1977 joined the Bolingbrook Police Department as a patrol officer. He was good at the job. He rose through the ranks. He eventually worked undercover in the drug unit, a role that required a very specific kind of person. Someone who could be whoever the situation needed them to be. Who could lie convincingly. Who could project complete calm when everything around them was falling apart. Someone who understood that the best way to avoid suspicion is to act like you have nothing to hide. He was once named Officer of the Year. He was married 4 times. I want to go through each of these women carefully, because the pattern that emerges across 40 years is not subtle. It is the same pattern, with the same phrases, the same methods, each time with higher stakes. Wife number 1 was Carol Hamilton, his high school sweetheart. They married in 1974 and had 2 sons. The marriage ended in 1980 when Carol discovered he was having an affair while she was pregnant. She said later, "I thought he always had respect for me, but I guess when you stray in a relationship, you don't have respect for that person." After Carol came a brief engagement to a 20-year-old woman named Kyle Peary. She broke it off before they married. She told the Today Show that Drew was never violent with her, but there was something she couldn't quite name. He always wanted to know where she was, who she was seeing. He sometimes followed her. She said, "There were little things that just made you think, something's wrong here." She got out early. Not everyone who came after her did. Wife number 2 was Vicki Connolly. They married in 1982. They ran a bar together in Romeoville, Illinois. The marriage lasted 9.5 years, and what Connolly later described about that time is a different Drew Peterson than the charming cop who showed up for Carol. He hit her, she said, carefully. Never hard enough to leave a mark that would require medical attention, just enough to remind her of the dynamic between them. Mind games, she called it. Head games. He bugged the house, installed recording devices, and taped their conversations. When Connolly asked why, he told her, "I need to know my family is safe at home, and you're not going to be doing anything you shouldn't be doing." A police sergeant with full professional access to surveillance equipment monitoring his own wife inside their home. He pulled a gun on her at least 3 times. One of those times, he put the weapon to her head and told her he would kill her, then kill himself. And then there was the moment, the one she testified about under oath at a 2010 pretrial hearing, when Peterson grabbed her and pushed her against the wall in the garage with his hand around her throat. She said, "He told me he would kill me and make it look like an accident." Those exact words. Her daughter Lisa, who lived in the house from ages 8 to 18, reported years of what she described as physical and psychological abuse from her stepfather. Connolly divorced Peterson in 1992 after discovering he was having an affair. She left without fighting for any of his police pension. She just wanted out. The woman he had been having the affair with was Kathleen Savio. Kathleen Savio was born on June 13, 1963 in Glendale Heights, Illinois. She grew up working class. Her father worked hard. Her childhood was not easy. She had early ambitions to build something better for herself. Her sisters Anna and Sue remember her as someone who wanted everything right. She wanted a career. She wanted a home. She wanted the kind of family life she hadn't quite had growing up. She worked in accounting, careful with numbers, organized, reliable. In the years before her death, she had also been studying to become a nurse. She met Drew Peterson on a blind date in the late 1980s. She knew he was in a crumbling marriage. She fell in love with him anyway. When his divorce from Connolly was finalized in February 1992, he proposed to Kathleen within weeks. They married on May 3, 1992. For a while, the life she had wanted was real. They had 2 sons, Thomas, born January 1993, and Christopher, born August 1994. They owned Suds Pub together, a bar in Montgomery. They took vacations, Hawaii once. And then the marriage changed. People who knew Kathleen outside of her marriage described her as charming, warm, funny, someone you wanted to be around. But over the years with Drew, those people saw her less and less. She stopped going out. She stopped calling. Her world contracted around the house, around Drew, around the children. Her sisters noticed the bruises. They noticed how she talked about him, or how she stopped. She was not someone who complained easily. She came from a family where you handled things quietly. But at some point, the keeping quiet became the problem. In 1993, during one incident, she hit her head against the dining room table hard enough that a medical report was filed at Bolingbrook Medical Center. Police were called to their home 18 times between 2002 and 2004. 18 documented calls. Not once did those calls result in charges against Drew Peterson. He was their colleague. He knew the officers who responded. He knew their supervisors. He knew how reports were written, what got filed and what got set aside. In a department where he had worked for 25 years, that knowledge was its own kind of armor. The new Bolingbrook police chief reflecting on the case years later, said he would have opened 2 or 3 internal investigations. He would have had Drew in a room with union representation and told him, "Your personal life is affecting your professional life." He said there was enough there to take action. His predecessor did not. In March 2002, Kathleen filed an emergency order of protection. In the formal paperwork, she wrote that her husband wants me dead and that he would burn the house down just to shut me up. She went to the Bolingbrook police chief in person and said the words out loud. "If anything happens to me, it's because Drew's killed me." She wrote to the Will County Assistant State's Attorney. She wrote, "He knows how to manipulate the system, and his next step is to take my children away, or kill me instead. I haven't received help from the police here in Bolingbrook, and I'm asking for your help now, before it's too late." Nobody called her back, and there is one more incident, one that came out during the prosecution's opening statement at trial, taken from a letter Kathleen herself had written. In July 2002, Drew Peterson broke into Kathleen's home. He pushed her down the stairs. He put a knife to her throat. He told her, "Why don't you just die? I could kill you and no one would know." She said to him, "Just end this craziness." And for some reason, on that occasion, he pulled back. She wrote it down. She sent it to the state's attorney's office. Nobody called her back. Her sister Susan recalled speaking to Kathleen by phone the Friday before her body was found. Susan said Kathleen told her, "I am not going to make it." She said, "Drew is going to kill me, and it's going to be an accident and no one is going to find out about it." She was describing with precision exactly what was going to happen. In 2001, an anonymous note had appeared in Kathleen's mailbox telling her that her husband was having an affair with a 17-year-old village employee, and that the affair had become an ongoing joke within the department. It told her, "Protect yourself and your family." That 17-year-old was Stacy Kales. Kathleen filed for divorce in 2001. By 2002, Drew had moved Stacy into the basement of their family home, the same home where he still lived with Kathleen and their 2 sons, without telling Kathleen. Stacy later told a neighbor that Drew had assured her his marriage was basically over. She didn't know Kathleen was upstairs. The divorce was finalized on October 10th, 2003. 8 days later, Drew Peterson married Stacy Kales. He was 49, she was 19. 30 years between them. There was a financial settlement still pending. Kathleen was entitled to a significant portion of Drew's police pension, a pension that by 2007 was paying out over $6,000 a month. The hearing to finalize those financial terms was scheduled for April 6th, 2004. Kathleen never made it. Before I tell you what happened on March 1st, 2004, I need to tell you about 2 things that came out at trial. 2 things that show what happened to Kathleen was not spontaneous and had not been spontaneous for a long time. The first, a man named Jeff Pachter, who worked with Peterson at a cable television company. Pachter testified that in November 2003, 4 months before Kathleen died, the conversation happened during a ride-along in Peterson's police squad car. Peterson asked Pachter if he could find someone to take care of his 3rd wife. He offered $25,000. He told Pachter that if he could find someone to do it for less, he could keep the difference. He told Pachter he would need advance warning so he could arrange a plausible alibi for himself. And at the end of that ride, Peterson looked at Pachter and said, "This is something you will take to your grave." Pachter did not act on it. He did not report it. 4 months later, Kathleen was dead in a dry bathtub. A few months after that, Peterson called Pachter. He said, "That favor I asked you, I don't need it anymore." The second piece, a man named Michael Miles, a friend of Stacy's. Miles testified that in 2002, 2 years before Kathleen's death, Stacy told him that Drew planned to kill Savio. She then said something that I keep coming back to. She said the only reason Kathleen Savio was still alive at that point was because Stacy had talked Drew out of it. Stacy Peterson talked Drew Peterson out of killing Kathleen Savio in 2002. 2 years later, Kathleen was in a dry bathtub, and Stacy was the one who gave Drew his alibi. March 1st, 2004. Bolingbrook, Illinois. Kathleen Savio is found dead in her home. She is 40 years old. The bathtub is dry, empty. But her hair is wet and soaked with blood. She is lying face down in the tub. On the back of her head, a deep gash consistent with a blow. Across her body, extensive bruising and scraping on her back, torso, and face. Pathologists later testify that the pattern, a wound on the back of her head and 14 separate bruises on the front of her body, is inconsistent with a single accidental fall. A fall that caused the wound to the back could not simultaneously produce 14 bruises to the front. The injuries indicated a struggle and a significant amount of force. How she was found matters. Drew Peterson had gone to pick up his sons from Kathleen's house that weekend. It was his visitation weekend, but got no answer at the door or on the phone. On Monday morning, March 1st, he went to his neighbor Mary Pontarelli and told her he couldn't reach Kathleen. The two of them, along with Pontarelli's husband and son and another neighbor, went to Kathleen's house. A locksmith opened the front door. Pontarelli and another neighbor went upstairs. Peterson waited at the door. Pontarelli walked into the bathroom. She ran out screaming. Drew Peterson heard the screams. He came inside and walked upstairs. He went into the bathroom. He checked Kathleen's pulse himself, according to Pontarelli's testimony. Then he turned to her and said, "She's dead." He was the one who told them she was dead. He was the one who called for help. The deputy coroner, Michael Vanover, is called to the scene. He pronounces her dead. He later testifies, when the case is reopened, that he was uncomfortable with what he saw, that it did not look like an accident to him. But he says nothing at the time. No note, no report, no call. The coroner's jury convenes. On that jury, a police officer who knows Drew Peterson personally. He assures the other jurors that Drew is a good man who would never hurt his wife. The jury deliberates for less than an hour. They rule accidental drowning. Case closed. Drew Peterson's alibi is provided by Stacy, his 19-year-old wife, who, according to what she would later tell her pastor, was coached for hours by Drew on exactly what to say to police. Drew collects Kathleen's share of the pension. The April 6th financial hearing is canceled. He goes home. Less than a month later, he puts the house where Kathleen died up for sale. He tells the buyers he is selling because his children enjoy swimming in the pool at his other house down the street. He does not mention that his ex-wife drowned in the bathtub upstairs a month earlier. The buyers find out years later when the case is all over the news. Kathleen's sisters take the documents she had gathered over the years, the letters, the police reports, the hospital records, the photographs, and they put them in a box. They wait. Stacy Ann Kales was born on January 20th, 1984, in Downers Grove, Illinois. Her mother, Christy, disappeared in 1998 when Stacy was 14. Another missing person case, never solved. Stacy grew up knowing what it meant to not know, to have no body, no answers, no closure. She started dating Drew Peterson at age 17, with her father's permission, while Drew was still married to Kathleen. He was 45. He set her up in the basement of his family home without telling Kathleen. He got her a job with the village of Bolingbrook. When his divorce was finalized, he married her 8 days later. She had 2 children with him, Anthony in 2003, Lacey in 2005. She adopted Drew's sons from his marriage to Kathleen and treated them as her own. But the marriage controlled her completely. Her neighbor, Sharon Bykowski, who became one of the closest people to Stacy in the years before she disappeared, described watching the life contract around her. Drew monitored her phone calls. He checked her car mileage. He knew where she was at all times. The circle of people Stacy was allowed to be close to grew smaller every year. She had learned to watch what she said and how she said it. People who had known Stacy before she married Drew described someone energetic, funny, someone who filled a room. The woman her friends saw by 2007 was quieter, more careful. But underneath that, something was building. By 2007, she was studying nursing at Joliet Junior College. She was building credentials, trying to find a way out. She had consulted a divorce attorney about how to leave. She had asked whether Drew's killing of Kathleen could be used as leverage in the settlement. She was close. On August 31st, 2007, she sat across from her pastor, Reverend Neil Shorey, at a Starbucks in Bolingbrook. She had called him the day before, and he had sensed from her voice that the conversation was going to be significant. He brought a church member as a witness, someone who sat far enough away not to hear, but close enough to observe. He said she was already there when he arrived, sitting alone, nervous, tears running down her face without sound. She told him she had something to say. She said, "He did it." He asked, "He did what?" She said, "Drew killed Kathleen Savio. Drew killed his third wife." She told him what she had seen on the night Kathleen died. She and Drew had gone to bed together. She woke up in the middle of the night and he was gone. She searched the house. She called his cell phone. No answer. He didn't come home until dawn. When he finally appeared, he was dressed in all black, carrying a bag. She watched him walk to the washer and dryer. She watched him remove his clothing. She watched him take the contents of the bag and put everything into the washing machine. After he walked away, she looked inside. Women's clothes, not hers. She told Shorey that Drew then sat her down and told her what had happened, that he had killed Kathleen. And then he spent hours coaching Stacy on exactly what to say to police. He ran through the questions. He ran through her answers. He drilled her on the alibi. She told Shorey she had lied to police on Drew's behalf. She said, "I live with a murderer." Shorey said in his testimony, she was very scared. She pulled her legs up and hugged her knees as she told me. He asked what she wanted him to do. She asked him to keep it private. She was afraid of what Drew would do if he found out. He agreed. 2 months later, she was gone. October 28th, 2007. The night of the disappearance. Stacy was supposed to be at her sister Cassandra's house that afternoon to help with painting. She didn't show up. She didn't call. Cassandra filed a missing person report the following morning. Drew told investigators Stacy had called him at 9 p.m. that night, that she said she was leaving him for another man, that she sounded fine. Cassandra knew immediately that was wrong. Stacy had told people, more than once, that because of what happened to her mother, her children would never have to wonder where she was. She would not just vanish. Drew told a reporter in the days after, "I'd be looking on a beach." He said it with a small smile. Here's what investigators pieced together about the actual night. Earlier that day, Cassandra had been at Drew's house. She noticed one of the large blue plastic containers in the garage. Containers that Drew and his friend Rick Mims had bought together in 2003 through a cable television company where they both worked part-time. That night, Drew called his stepbrother Thomas Morphy. Morphy came over. He helped Drew carry a large container from inside the house to Drew's SUV. The container was heavy. Much heavier than an empty container has any reason to be. Neighbors reported seeing Drew and another man hauling a 55-gallon blue barrel, large enough to contain a person, away from the house in the hours after Stacy's disappearance. Members of Stacy's family told investigators that a 55-gallon drum of chlorine had also been found in the garage. 2 days after helping carry that container, Thomas Morphy attempted suicide. He told investigators later that he had come to believe he had helped dispose of Stacy's body without understanding what he was carrying. What happened after Stacy's disappearance became one of the most extraordinary media spectacles in American criminal history. Drew Peterson did not lie low. He did not grieve. He did not wait. Within days, he was outside his house talking to reporters.
There's good news. I just saved the bundle on my car insurance.
And his lawyer says that was his mood throughout the day.
Very good. He's in a good mood. When he was arrested, he was joking with the officers. He tells me that when they were transporting him to be processed, that they were, joking about cop stories. And,
Earlier that morning, Peterson turned himself in to police on a felony weapons charge.
He'll be home for dinner.
He told them he was not the typical person, and that he was normally a lot more humorous. He appeared on the Today Show, on Larry King Live. He gave interviews on local radio. His attorney Joel Brodsky accompanied him on a national media tour. At one point, Brodsky suggested to a Chicago radio station that they host an on-air dating game with Drew Peterson as the Bachelor. The station declined. The media couldn't look away. A missing young wife, a much older cop husband, a dead previous wife, national television, jokes. Stacy's family spokeswoman Pam Bosco told the Chicago Tribune, "The public is seeing that this is not a man concerned about his third wife being declared a homicide victim or that Stacy has disappeared. Let him be a joke in front of the media." She was not laughing. On the Today Show in February 2008, 4 months after his wife disappeared, Drew Peterson said, "I'm not trying to be funny here, but Stacy Peterson would ask me for a divorce on a regular basis, and it was based on her menstrual cycle." Kathleen's sister Sue told a journalist, "My heart beats real fast. I get mad. How could you sit there so calmly? You have no feelings." In December 2008, while under investigation for 2 deaths, Drew Peterson announced his engagement to a 23-year-old named Christina Rains. Her father issued an ultimatum. She moved out in January 2009. Meanwhile, Illinois State Police and the FBI were building something quietly. They exhumed Kathleen's body on November 16, 2007, and called Dr. Michael Baden, a former chief medical examiner of New York City, to conduct a second autopsy. Baden's conclusion was unambiguous. Kathleen had been killed after a physical struggle, drowned and placed in the bathtub. The gash on the back of her head was consistent with a blow. The pattern of 14 bruises on the front of her body was impossible to explain with a single accidental fall. "I'm convinced she was the victim of a murder," Baden said. "Who done it is up to the police to resolve." Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow announced a homicide staged to look like an accident. The original verdict, accidental drowning, had been fiction. 3 years Kathleen had been in the ground, while the official record said accident. The man she warned the police chief about was collecting over $6,000 a month in pension payments and appearing on Larry King. That pension continued after Stacy disappeared. The pension board voted to approve it in November 2007. He had not been convicted of anything. Current law gave them no option. The path to trial was a legal battle unlike anything Illinois courts had seen before. Almost all of the evidence against Peterson was hearsay. Things Stacy had told her pastor. Things she told Kathleen's divorce attorney Harry Smith when consulting him about her own planned divorce. She specifically asked whether Drew's murder of Kathleen could be used as leverage in the settlement. Things Kathleen had told her sisters. The words witnesses heard Drew speak directly. Under standard rules, none of this reaches a jury. Dead people cannot testify. Missing people cannot be cross-examined. The defendant has the constitutional right to confront the witnesses against him. If those witnesses are dead or missing, because he made them that way, the case dissolves. Drew Peterson had known this since the morning he ran the washing machine. In 2008, Illinois passed a law that no state had tried before. Formally titled 725 ILCS 5/115-10.6, it became known as Drew's Law. It allowed hearsay statements from unavailable witnesses to be admitted as evidence if prosecutors could show by a preponderance of evidence that the defendant was responsible for the witness being unavailable. In plain terms, you cannot hide behind the rule that says dead people cannot testify if you are the reason they are dead. Drew's attorneys challenged it at every level. They argued Sixth Amendment violations. Legal scholars wrote papers. The ACLU expressed concerns. The challenges ran through the state appellate system for years. At one point, the trial judge ruled most of the hearsay statements inadmissible. The Illinois Appellate Court reversed him and allowed them in. Every appeal failed. On May 7, 2009, Drew Peterson was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the death of Kathleen Savio. Bail was set at $20 million.
Felt good. It was just very, just a good feeling went through my body, and it made me feel good that he's in custody and he's thinking about what he did.
Cassandra, he was kind of mugging for the cameras, and when he came in outside, he made jokes as he was unloaded from the van. What are your impressions?
Holding up his handcuffs saying, look at my bling. I mean, how slick.
Okay.
Your thoughts on that?
Just him trying to put on a show, like he's having fun with what's going on, but deep down inside, I'm sure he's thinking about what he did. I'm happy that Kathy's family has gotten, justice for Kathleen Savio, but this doesn't change anything going on with Stacy's investigation. They're still moving forward at the same pace. If not, maybe it'll move forward better, quicker. So, could help with new leads and stuff like that.
More than I can ever explain. It is so satisfying to see him where he should have been 5 years ago, in my opinion. My Aunt Kitty was a very determined woman, and it's become very, very apparent that she can't be silenced even from the grave 5 years later.
He sued J.P. Morgan Chase that same year for revoking a home equity line of credit he needed for legal fees. In court filings, he described his annual income as nearly $109,000. He was collecting his full police pension while sitting in jail awaiting trial for murdering the woman that pension was supposed to partly belong to. Kathleen Savio had died 5 days before the April 6th, 2004 hearing that was supposed to finalize her share. The trial opened at the Will County Courthouse in Joliet in July 2012. The courtroom was packed from day one. Kathleen's sisters sat together on one side, Drew's supporters on the other. Drew himself sat at the defense table, sometimes leaning back with his arms crossed, sometimes scribbling notes, watching proceedings with an expression multiple journalists in the room described the same way. Not anxious, not afraid, watchful, calculating. In a quiet show of solidarity, the jurors wore matching coordinated outfits each day of testimony. Prosecutors called about 30 witnesses over 4 weeks. No physical evidence placing Peterson at the scene. No fingerprints, no DNA, no witness who saw him there. The entire prosecution was built on what the dead and the missing had said to the living before they were gone. The first witness was Mary Pontarelli, the neighbor who had been in the bathroom. She wept on the stand when shown the photograph of Kathleen's body. She described running out of the bathroom, throwing herself on the ground, screaming. She described Drew Peterson coming upstairs after hearing her screams, taking Kathleen's pulse, turning to her and saying, "She's dead." He had checked the pulse of the woman he was accused of killing. Reverend Shorey took the stand and described the Starbucks meeting. He described Stacy sitting alone, pulling her legs up, crying silently as she told him about the night Kathleen died, Drew missing from bed, the return at dawn dressed in black, the bag of women's clothing going into the washing machine, the hours of rehearsed lies. The defense cross-examined him hard. At one point, Attorney Joe Lopez suggested Shorey brought a witness to the meeting because you knew she was trying to seduce you. The courtroom erupted in audible gasps. The judge intervened. Lopez also pressed Sherri on why, if Stacy told him she lived with a murderer, he let her go home. Sherri said she asked him to keep it private, that she was scared, that he respected that. Lopez said the words that landed differently than he intended. She told you she lived with a murderer and you let her go back to the house? The room went quiet. Yes. He had let her go back. 2 months later, she was gone. Kathleen's sister Susan testified about the phone call 5 days before the body was found. Kathleen's nephew Charles testified about what his aunt had told him, that Drew was going to kill her and make it look like an accident. A friend of Kathleen's testified that Peterson had once warned Kathleen at knife point, "I could kill you and make it look like an accident." Vicky Connolly testified about the gun at her head in the exact same words. The jury was hearing those words, "I could kill you and make it look like an accident," from 2 different women across 2 different decades of Drew Peterson's life. And Jeff Pachter took the stand and told the jury about the police squad car in November 2003, about the $25,000, about the code word involving cookies that Peterson wanted him to use when the deed was done, about Peterson telling him, "This is something you will take to your grave," and about the phone call months after Kathleen's death when Peterson told him, "That favor I asked you, I don't need it anymore." After more than 13 hours of deliberation, the jury had been 11-1 for most of it, with one holdout uncomfortable with hearsay convictions. The verdict came in on September 6th, 2012.
I'll never have my sister again. I still have to go see her in the cemetery, but at least I know that she got justice in the hands of that cold-blooded killer up there. I have a speech. It says, and this is from the family, anyone can harm, hurt, break your heart, or for that matter, can take someone's life from them. But that person has to live with themselves and their conscience for what they have done to another human being. You cannot harm others and justify yourself as a victim. It works strangely, but everyone gets a payback for what they have done to others. And this is always a conviction we will stand by. The Savio family are so thankful that this day has finally come and that Kathleen has finally received justice. There is justice here, but also tragedy here for Kathleen, most of all for everyone of Kathleen's family, members and her friends. Although we cannot have Kathleen back, we hope she can now rest in peace and that she knows she had her day.
Guilty. First-degree murder. Reverend Sherri, when he heard the verdict, said, "I really felt Stacy's voice was heard and used to bring justice for Kathleen." A juror said afterward, "The hearsay evidence was big. It seemed all the evidence was pointing toward the defendant being guilty." At sentencing in February 2013, Drew Peterson told the judge the verdict resulted from rumors, gossip, outrageous lies, and most importantly, unreliable hearsay. He said he didn't deserve it. He choked back tears. And then he grabbed the microphone and he screamed, "I did not kill Kathleen!" The bailiffs moved. The room went silent. He was taken from the courtroom. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison. Even from prison, Drew Peterson could not stop. In 2014 at Menard Correctional Center, Peterson befriended a fellow inmate named Antonio Smith, a member of the Satan's Disciples Street gang known as Beast, serving 40 years for attempted murder and other crimes. Over a series of recorded conversations, Peterson offered Smith $10,000 to arrange the killing of Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow. Smith was wearing a wire. On one recording, Smith told Peterson the hit could be done by Christmas. Peterson replied, "It would be a nice Christmas present." On another, when Smith confirmed the plan was in motion and said there was no turning back, Peterson replied, "Okay, all right, I'm in. From the first time we talked about it, there was no turning back." He was convicted of solicitation of murder for hire in May 2016. He was sentenced to an additional 40 years in July 2016, 38 years for Kathleen, 40 years for plotting to kill the prosecutor. At his sentencing for the murder for hire, Peterson turned to face Glasgow across the courtroom and said, "I never did try to have you killed. You can think what you want." Glasgow turned away. Outside, Glasgow hinted he may still one day charge Peterson with murdering Stacy. His attorney, Joel Brodsky, remains under a gag order, but he has found it impossible to stay entirely quiet. In 2022, he told reporters, "I know everything about both of his wives, everything. I feel bad about Drew still not taking responsibility and Stacy still being missing. I'm thinking about maybe revealing what happened to Stacy and where she is." He has not revealed it. Stacy's sister Cassandra has said she would support any legal consequences Brodsky faces if he comes forward. She just wants her sister found. Drew's son, Stephen, from his first marriage, told the Chicago Tribune in 2017, "I don't want to come out and say he did it, but I'm sure he did it." He said he had looked back at the months before Stacy disappeared, that he noticed, only in hindsight, she had seemed afraid of Drew after Kathleen's death was reclassified as homicide. He said, "You kind of look back and think, maybe she did know something." She did know. She had known since the night she found women's clothing in the washing machine that weren't hers. She carried it for 3 years. She told her pastor. She consulted a divorce attorney. 2 months later, she was gone, and Drew was on Larry King Live. One detail that rarely gets mentioned: during the 2012 trial, the judge prohibited prosecutors from even telling the jury about Stacy's disappearance. The jurors convicted him based purely on what they heard about Kathleen, never knowing Drew was also suspected of killing his fourth wife. Cassandra Cowles has never stopped searching. She believes Stacy is at the bottom of the Illinois Sanitary and Ship Canal near Lockport. She has sonar images, she says, show a skeleton on the riverbed. She raised money. She went to law enforcement. She says, "They basically slammed the door in my face." She says, "It literally sucks the life out of me because I know she's there." Stacy Peterson remains officially a missing person. Her daughter Lacey was 2 years old when she disappeared. Her son Anthony was 4. They are adults now. They grew up without their mother and with their father in prison. In 2021, Drew Peterson gave a prison interview to journalist Natalie Morales on Dateline NBC. She asked what kind of husband he had been. He said, "I was a loving husband, a good provider." She asked about his children, whether he worried what they thought. He said, "I don't want them to think I killed their mothers. Not, I didn't. Not, I couldn't have." He said, "I don't want them to think that." Kathleen Savio said it first, in a letter no one answered, in a police report that closed without charges, in a conversation with a police chief who did nothing, in a phone call to her sister 5 days before she was found. She said, "He knows how to manipulate the system." She said, "Drew is going to kill me, and it's going to be an accident, and no one is going to find out about it." She was right about everything. She just ran out of time. Before I go, one question I keep coming back to. Drew Peterson will die in prison. His attorney knows where Stacy is and won't say. His own son believes he did it. Her sister has sonar images of a canal bed and says law enforcement won't go back. Stacy's children are adults now. They grew up with the same absence their mother grew up with. Do you think they will ever find her? Leave it in the comments. I read every single one.
Drew Peterson hid bodies. He hid evidence. He hid his third wife in a dry bathtub and called it an accident. The next one didn't make that mistake. Los Angeles, 1986. A young nurse named Sherri Rasmussen is beaten and shot to death in her own condo. The case sits in an evidence box, unsolved for 2.5 decades. The detectives who looked at it called it a botched burglary. It wasn't a botched burglary. It was a jealous ex-girlfriend, who, when the murder happened, was already wearing an LAPD uniform, who, in the 23 years that followed, would climb the ranks of the department until she was a senior detective in the very office that had her own case file in storage. She walked past it every single day, and nobody knew.
Any other cars that stand out in your mind? Did you ever fight with her?
You mean like we fought?
Yeah. Did you ever duke it out with her?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
You'd remember that, right? That would be pretty
yeah, I would think so. I
pretty
mean,
specific. You know,
yeah, like I said, I mean,
dramatic.
obviously.
February 24th, 1986. Van Nuys, Los Angeles. It was an ordinary Monday. John Ruetten came home from work that evening. His wife hadn't gone into the office that morning. She wasn't feeling well. Nothing unusual. It happens. But something felt wrong before he even got out of the car. The garage door to their unit, apartment 205, was wide open. Sherri's BMW, the car he'd given her as an engagement gift, was gone. He told himself she probably went out, felt better, needed some air. He went inside. The front door was slightly ajar. He stepped over the threshold, and he saw her. Sherri Rasmussen was lying on the living room floor, a toppled speaker next to her, a shattered ceramic vase, a knocked-over phone, blood on the walls, on the CD player, blood on the front door. She had been beaten, she had been bitten, she had been shot 3 times in the chest with a .38 caliber handgun. She was 29 years old. They had been married 3 months. John Ruetten called 911. The Los Angeles Police Department arrived quickly. They surveyed the scene, the missing car, the electronics stacked near the stairwell, the signs of struggle, and reached a conclusion. A burglary gone wrong, a random victim. Wrong place, wrong time. The case was opened, an investigation began, and then silence. The case stalled. Months passed, then years, then decades, 23 years. 23 years, the person who killed Sherri Rasmussen went to work every single day, built a career, got promotions, got married, adopted a child, stood in front of cameras and announced arrests. Because the person who killed Sherri Rasmussen was a cop, not just a patrol officer, a detective with the LAPD, someone who knew exactly how crime scenes are processed, who knew what investigators look for, who knew how to make a murder look like a robbery, and who, for years, had access to the case files while the investigation went nowhere. Her name is Stephanie Lazarus, and on the very first day of the investigation, the very first day, Sherri's father gave police exactly that name. They didn't listen. This is the story of why and what it cost to make them. Sherri Rasmussen was born in Walla Walla, Washington, and grew up in Arizona. Her family describes her as someone who excelled at everything she turned her hand to, not in a competitive sense, but in the way that people around her felt better and more capable because of her. She enrolled in college at 16, became a registered nurse at 20. By 27, she was the director of critical care nursing at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, one of the most respected hospitals in Los Angeles. On the side, unpaid, she lectured student nurses at UCLA. She believed the profession deserved more. Her father, Nels, recalled her telling him she was going to raise the profile of nursing in this country. She was well on her way. Her mother, Loretta, described her simply, she loved taking care of people and making sure things were done right. Sherri was the glue that held the family together. Her sister, Teresa, would later say, she made everything just a little bit better. In 1984, Sherri met a young engineer named John Ruetten, a UCLA graduate, easygoing and likable. They dated for over a year. In November 1985, they got married. By every account, it was a genuinely happy marriage. Sherri was building a life, a brilliant career, a husband she adored, an apartment in Van Nuys that her father had bought her years earlier specifically so she wouldn't have to walk alone to her car after night shifts at the hospital. He'd even chosen a unit with a drive-in garage, for exactly that reason. They had been married 3 months when she was killed. But here's what sets Sherri's story apart from most of the cases I cover. Her family knew almost immediately this wasn't a burglary. They knew because John had told them something before the wedding, something he had probably hoped would quietly go away. John Ruetten had an ex-girlfriend, and that ex-girlfriend had taken the breakup very badly indeed. Her name kept coming up in conversations. There had been incidents, things that had alarmed Sherri's family, things that in hindsight weren't just warning signs, they were sirens. But before we get to her, and we will, you need to understand something. When LAPD detectives arrived at Balboa Boulevard on the evening of February 24th, 1986, Sherri's father, Nels Rasmussen, gave them a specific name. He handed them a name, they wrote it down, and did nothing with it for 23 years.
Oh, okay.
Do you know John Rutten?
John Bruton. John Rutten?
Rutten.
Oh, yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA in 1978 I started, and, oh yeah, I mean, we good friends, lived in the dorms for, I lived in the dorms for 2 years.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Or, oh, okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were good friends.
Yeah. Was there ever any relationship or anything that developed between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we dated, you know, I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to his wife.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Uh-huh. Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, let me think. God, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her. Geez. You know.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me ask you. You said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, are you guys? Is this something? I mean, you said I was going to interview somebody about art, and how you guys are.
Here's
I mean,
Stephanie. Here's the situation. Is basically, we knew that this when we saw this in this chrono that maybe there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate, and we didn't want to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay.
So we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk about this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff
I mean,
to start.
that's fine. I mean,
Stephanie Lazarus grew up in Simi Valley, California. In 1978, she enrolled at UCLA, majoring in political science and sociology. She moved into Dykstra Hall on campus. That's where she met John Rutten. He was studying mechanical engineering from San Diego, athletic, easygoing, attractive. They were both fitness obsessed. They started spending time together, then more time. Then they began sleeping together, though John would later testify at trial that he never considered her his girlfriend, just someone he spent time with. For Stephanie Lazarus, it was something else entirely. From 1978 to 1984, they maintained their on and off arrangement through college and beyond graduation. John got a job in engineering. Stephanie spent a short time at a law firm, then enrolled in the police academy, graduated, became an LAPD patrol officer, all while remaining connected to John Rutten. Then, in the early 1980s, everything changed. John met someone else, a nurse named Sherri Rasmussen, fell for her fast and hard. Within a year, they were engaged. Lazarus did not take it well. When she found out about the engagement, she went to John and begged him not to go through with it, said she loved him. Her diaries, which would later become part of the court record, confirmed it. She had deep, consuming feelings for a man who had never fully committed to her and clearly never intended to. John Rutten said no, he was marrying Sherri. But Lazarus didn't stop. While John and Sherri were planning their wedding, Lazarus kept showing up. She came to Sherri's workplace at Glendale Adventist Medical Center in full police uniform and told her to her face that she and John were still together, that when the marriage fell apart, she'd be there to pick up the pieces. She showed up at their Balboa Boulevard apartment uninvited, multiple times. On one occasion, she let herself in, ostensibly to wait for John, and brought her skis for him to wax as if nothing had changed. Sherri's car was damaged in the hospital parking lot. There were silent phone calls, strange visits. An atmosphere of quiet menace that Sherri described to her parents over the phone, calls that alarmed them so deeply they remembered every detail years later. John Rueten's response: tell Sherri to ignore it, that Lazarus would calm down, that it would pass. It didn't pass. And here's what else John did, and it became one of the most damning details in the entire case. He continued sleeping with Lazarus even after becoming engaged to Sherri. He admitted this at trial, said Lazarus was upset, he felt sorry for her, said he was young and stupid. Sherri found out, confronted John. He admitted it and asked for forgiveness. They got married anyway in November 1985. 3 months later, Sherri Rasmussen was dead, and Stephanie Lazarus, an LAPD patrol officer trained in crime scene procedures, trained in investigative techniques, who knew exactly how murder scenes are processed, went to work the next morning. Monday, approximately 7:20 a.m., John Rueten left for work. Sherri stayed home. She wasn't feeling well. They said goodbye. He drove away. What happened next, no one witnessed. But forensic evidence, years of reinvestigation, and Lazarus's partial admission at her 2023 parole hearing allowed investigators to reconstruct what the prosecution believes occurred inside that apartment. Stephanie Lazarus came to the door. She came armed with her personal backup weapon, a 5-shot Smith & Wesson Model 49.38 caliber. The exact ammunition LAPD required all officers to carry, even off-duty. Department armory records showed she had purchased it in February 1984. She was required to register it with her own department. She did. That registration became one of the most important documents in the case. There were no signs of forced entry. The front door had been left unlocked the night before after a friend of John's had visited. Sherri wasn't expecting her. What followed was not quick, not clean, not the work of a single lost moment of self-control. It was a prolonged, savage fight. One of the tall speakers was knocked over, found beside Sherri on the carpet. A gray ceramic vase shattered on the floor. Upper shelves of a wooden unit knocked sideways. An amplifier hanging forward over the television. Blood on the CD player. Blood on the front wall. Blood on the front door. A bloody palm print next to the panic alarm button. Sherri had tried to reach it. She didn't make it. There were ligature marks on Sherri's wrists, consistent with being bound with rope or cord. Broken fragments of 2 of her fingernails were found near the front door. She fought desperately. At some point during the struggle, Lazarus bit her, deep enough to leave a mark on Sherri's left forearm, deep enough to leave DNA. At some point, Lazarus gained the upper hand. She fired, pressed a quilted blanket against Sherri's body to muffle the sound, and fired again, and again, 3 shots, all to the chest. The medical examiner would later determine that 1 was a contact shot, the barrel pressed directly against the body when the trigger was pulled. Then Lazarus took Sherri's BMW, drove out of the complex and abandoned it on a nearby street, staged the scene to look like a robbery, arranged electronics near the stairwell, moved things around, and left. Went home, went to sleep. The next morning, went to work as a patrol officer for the Los Angeles Police Department. 13 days later, March 9, 1986, Lazarus called the Santa Monica Police Department to report a theft from her car near the beach. According to her, a sports bag had been taken. Inside, clothes, tapes, some cash, and her personal .38 caliber handgun. She reported the missing weapon to the Santa Monica police. She did not report it to her own department's armory, as regulations required. A month later, she bought a replacement and registered that one with LAPD. The 2 agencies never cross-referenced. No one connected the dots. At her 2023 parole hearing, Lazarus confirmed she had destroyed the weapon. It was never found. Sherri Rasmussen died hours before John came home from work. She was 29 years old, 3 months married, director of critical care nursing at one of the most respected hospitals in Los Angeles. She was gone. The lead detective on the case was Lyle Mayer. He arrived at Balboa Boulevard on the evening of February 24, 1986, surveyed the scene, the stacked electronics, the missing BMW, the signs of struggle, and drew a conclusion. A burglary gone wrong. That conclusion defined the next 23 years. Nels Rasmussen, Sherri's father, never believed it for a single day. He and Loretta told Detective Mayer about a woman, a former girlfriend of John's, an LAPD officer, the one who had shown up at their apartment uninvited, who had walked into Glendale Adventist Medical Center in full uniform and told Sherri to her face that she and John were still together, who had said something to Sherri, words Sherri had passed on to Nels before her death. If I can't have John, no one will. Nels gave Mayer this information. Mayer later denied ever hearing it. What is beyond dispute is what happened next. Nothing. The name appeared in the detective's case files exactly once, entered nearly 21 months after the murder. No interview with Lazarus was ever conducted. Not a single witness from Glendale Adventist, where several people had seen Lazarus confront Sherri at work, was called. The personal angle was abandoned entirely in favor of the burglary theory, and yet several details of the crime scene didn't fit a burglary at all. The BMW was found nearby, keys still in the ignition, nothing taken from the car. Only Sherri's purse was missing. The electronics stacked near the stairwell were untouched. No other rooms had been ransacked. An FBI criminal profiling specialist who later reviewed the case was blunt. What I saw was an attempt to create an illusion, but in 1986, that analysis was never heard. The case stalled, then went cold. A year after the murder, Sherri's family held a press conference and announced a reward, calling for more active investigation. Nels wrote directly to then LAPD Chief Daryl Gates about Lazarus's possible involvement. Investigators told him, "You watch too much TV." In 1988, the family reached out to true crime writer Ann Rule, who was interested. She had a contact, a former LAPD detective, who offered to look into it. A few days later, Rule called back. Her contact had said, "The case is too hot to touch." She wasn't going to write the book. Too hot to touch. Years passed. Lazarus kept working. She moved through several LAPD divisions. In the 1990s, she served twice in the Van Nuys division, the very division that had investigated Sherri's murder. During those years, she had access to the case file, all the documents, all the evidence, every note Lyle Mayer had ever made. In 1989, 3 years after the murder, John Ruetten went to Hawaii with Lazarus. Before going, he called Mayer to make sure nothing tied Lazarus to the crime. Mayer said no. John went. He was traveling with his wife's killer, and he didn't know it. Evidence began to disappear. When the Rasmussen family requested DNA testing in 1993, investigators ordered new fingerprint analysis, but records from the county coroner's office show that around the same time, a detective checked out trace evidence from the coroner, including hair samples collected from Sherri's body. They were never returned. They were never seen again. The bite swab from Sherri's left forearm, taken on the night of the murder, sat in a freezer in the evidence room, untouched, nearly 2 decades. Nobody tested it. Nobody examined it. Because in 1986, the DNA technology that would have allowed someone to be identified from a bite mark didn't exist yet. And by the time it did, nobody was looking in that direction anymore. The case was officially listed as unsolved. The file gathered dust. The Rasmussen family kept pushing, kept calling, kept writing letters, kept hearing. Nothing new. 23 years of nothing.
I mean, when you heard about John's wife being killed, I mean, what was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it, what, through a friend or in a bulletin or
Either
something?
a friend or a bulletin. I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it's shock if I heard it at work, which I may have. I faintly remember a bulletin going around. Either that or somebody called me. I honestly don't remember.
Right.
And then I probably called his family. I don't know initially. I can't say if I initially spoke to him or not. I honestly don't remember. I may have said to somebody, "Hey, have him call me if he wants to talk." and then he may have done that. You know,
Do you know what the circumstances were regarding her death?
Geez, let me think back. Geez, I don't know if it was, you know, if it was a burglary or something. Yeah, I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, I can faintly think that I may have saw a flyer.
Yeah.
May have had her picture on it. You know, that's why I say, if somebody had called me, I may not have known what her last name was. I may have. I mean, maybe if you told me, I would remember it.
Do you remember the first name?
Shelly, Sherri, I don't know, something maybe, you know, like I said, it's been so many years, and
from all the years, as far as you can remember, do you remember ever talking to her? Just
well, I said earlier, you know, I mean, I may have, you know, I may have talked to her. You know.
You mentioned a hospital, maybe. You may have talked to her at a hospital.
Yeah, yeah, I may have. You know, I'm thinking back now. You guys are bringing up all these old memories.
No, it kind of dusts off the cuff.
You know, I mean, geez. I'm thinking that because I mean, we would date. He would date other people. I would date other people, and I think, you know, at one point, I mean, he may have been dating her, or I don't know. Maybe he was married. I don't even remember. And I'm like, you know what? Why are you calling me if you're either dating her or living with her or married to her? Because I honestly don't remember the time frame. And I'm like, oh, come on, knock it off. And now I'm thinking I may have gone to her and say, hey, you know what? Is he dating you? He's bothering me. And so I'm thinking that we had a conversation about that. One or two, maybe. You know, it could have been three. I don't want to say I had 3 conversations with her.
Like at her work or at their house or.
No, I'm thinking that you know, he obviously must have told me where she worked. I'm thinking it was a hospital somewhere in L.A. And I mean, I could have been. Again, what year was that? Where was I working? You know, I'm trying to think of where when did you say they got married?
I don't know. I think it was like in 85 or 86 or something like that. You know, we just kind of picked this up. We don't know a lot about it.
I mean, I could have been working in Hollywood, it sounds like, if that's where I was working. So I could have said, okay, well, you know, and I went and talked to her, and just said, hey, you know what, you know, if he's dating you, he keeps calling me, why don't you tell him to knock it off or whatever, and, you know, because I probably would have told him to knock it off.
In 2001, the LAPD launched a cold case unit. A bite swab collected at the time of the murder was finally sent for DNA testing. The result came back, female DNA profile, clear, usable. When the result was reported, colleagues responded, a female DNA profile alone isn't sufficient grounds to reopen a case. Nothing happened. Then in late 2008, Detective Jim Nuttall picked up the case for one final review before sending it to the archives permanently. He read every page, and one detail made him stop. The audio equipment stacked near the front door, the electronics supposedly gathered up by burglars before fleeing, had Sherri's blood on it, which meant when it was stacked there, Sherri was already dead. No burglar stacks electronics next to a dead woman and then leaves without taking them. This wasn't a robbery, this was a staging. Nuttall went back to the beginning, saw Lazarus's name in the file, listed as Ruetten's former girlfriend, mentioned once, never investigated, pulled her personnel record, cross-referenced with the DNA profile, started building a picture, and then the investigation went dark. By early 2009, there was enough suspicion within LAPD that investigators were genuinely concerned. Lazarus might find out she was being investigated. She was still working in the department. She had access. So investigators completely bypassed the normal chain of command and briefed only a small handful of senior officers. They needed her DNA. Without a warrant, they couldn't compel her to provide a sample, but they didn't need a warrant for something she threw away herself. May 2009. A surveillance team followed Stephanie Lazarus to the Costco in Simi Valley on her day off. She walked in, got a drink, walked out, threw the cup and the straw into a trash can by the entrance. Officers stepped in immediately. The cup and straw went to the lab. The DNA from the saliva on the straw matched the DNA from the bite mark on Sherri Rasmussen's left forearm. 1 in 1.7 sextillion. That is the figure the prosecution would cite at trial. The probability that the DNA belonged to anyone other than Stephanie Lazarus. 1 in 1.7 sextillion. 23 years, 2 months, and 11 days after Sherri Rasmussen was killed, the answer had been sitting in a trash can outside a Costco. Nels Rasmussen was told the result over the phone. He said it all pointed to exactly the person he had been pointing to for 23 years. June 5th, 2009. Morning. Stephanie Lazarus is at her desk in Parker Center, LAPD headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. She had been a detective for years. Her specialty, art theft. She knows this building, she knows these hallways, she knows almost everyone here. A detective from the Robbery Homicide Division approaches her desk, says there's a man being held downstairs, claims he has information on an art theft case. Her area. Could she help with the interrogation? Lazarus agrees, stands up, follows him down to the jail facility, and here's why this matters. To enter the Parker Center jail, you have to surrender your weapon, your gun, your holster, all your gear. Lazarus handed hers over at the entrance. She walked into the interrogation room unarmed. The plan had been carefully developed over several weeks. 2 detectives, Greg Stearns and Dan Jaramillo, were specifically chosen because they had no personal connection to Lazarus, no friendship, no shared history, no loyalty. Dozens of other officers that morning were told they were executing a search warrant out of town and were driven away to wait. The real operation was unfolding somewhere else entirely. Inside the interrogation room, the detectives started asking questions. First about the art theft, routine, familiar territory, Lazarus and her element. Then the question shifted. They told her her name had come up in connection with an unsolved case, the Rasmussen case, a 1986 murder. Did she remember a woman named Sherri Rasmussen? Lazarus said she couldn't recall meeting her. The detectives pressed, mentioned John Rutan. She confirmed she knew him. They asked about their relationship. She was careful, measured, giving as little as possible. Then they mentioned DNA, and something changed in the room. Lazarus said, and these are her exact words, captured on the recording that would later become part of the court evidence. "Are you guys claiming that I'm a suspect? I mean, am I on a hidden camera? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy." The interrogation lasted nearly an hour. At some point, Lazarus asked if she was a suspect. The detectives replied, she was not being detained. She could leave whenever she wanted. She stood up, walked out of the room. In the hallway, detectives were waiting. They stopped her, put on the handcuffs, read her rights, informed her she was under arrest for the murder of Sherri Ray Rasmussen, 23 years, 3 months, and 11 days after Sherri's death. The person who killed her was standing in handcuffs in the basement of LAPD headquarters, still with a badge on her chest, still carrying a detective's credentials, still formally employed by the same department that had failed to find her for over 2 decades. She was 49 years old. She had a husband, a daughter they had adopted together 2 years earlier, a career spanning 25 years. She had served in the Von Nuys division twice during the exact years the Rasmussen case sat in the archives. She had been that close to it all that time. Nels Rasmussen, Sherri's father, the man who had given police her name on the very first evening, who had been told for 23 years that he was wrong, that he watched too much TV. He had been right. The trial of Stephanie Lazarus began in January 2012, 26 years after she walked out of that apartment on Balboa Boulevard. She pleaded not guilty. She did not take the stand. Her defense attorneys attacked the DNA evidence, argued the bite swab had been improperly stored, that the chain of custody had been compromised.
Like I said, as we were looking at the case, and you know, we had read the notes as far as from Sherri's friend saying you guys had problems or words, and they got heated. You know, and the reason we're asking you is they had mentioned that an incident at her work had occurred, and they've also told us that an incident at her house occurred.
You know what?
And this is at her house during the period of time that they're married.
That's just not sounding familiar at all. I mean, you know what? That's just not sound. Again, if someone says that I was at her house and I had an incident with her, that just doesn't sound. Was John there? Did John say this happened? Because, and other people were there. I don't recall. I mean, it just doesn't sound, familiar.
And this is an incident where you showed up. You weren't supposed to show up, and things got heated.
At his house?
Yeah.
That just doesn't sound familiar. I mean, no. It's not sounding familiar.
So
not at all.
Now you're saying not familiar because it's just something you remember, or it's just.
You know what? I'd have to say I don't remember, because I don't remember. That doesn't sound familiar. I
mean, would you remember something like that in your life?
Well, I would think, but
sort of drama involving, the other woman type of thing.
Did you ever fight with her?
You mean like we fought?
Yeah. Did you ever duke it out with her?
No, I don't think so. I mean.
You'd remember that, right? That would be pretty.
Yeah, I would think so.
Pretty specific.
Yeah, like I said, I mean,
dramatic.
obviously, it just doesn't sound familiar. I mean, what are they saying? So I fought with her. So now I'm getting the jump, the leap. Excuse me, I haven't eaten. They're saying, okay, I fought with her, so I must have killed her. I mean, come on. I mean, that's, I don't even know who these people are. I can't even say I met any of these people. I mean, it's insane. If it happened, I honestly don't remember it. That's all I can tell you. I mean,
but I don't know. I mean, would it be something you would remember? I mean, because I don't know if any other intense incidents in your life that have occurred. I mean, you'd recall those, right? I mean,
well,
like a use of force at work or a car crash, something you're involved in, you'd be like, yeah, I remember.
You would think I would remember. I mean, I would think if it was something that crazy. I mean, I can't say. You say, how many fights have you gotten into? In your life. I mean, a few at work.
Well, fights at work are kind of different because we've all had uses of force or whatever. But
well, I haven't even had a lot of those. I mean,
right, but if you're actually,
I mean, I played.
Like if Dan and I got mad at each other and we threw blows in the squad room, I mean, 20 years later, I would remember it. I mean,
I would think I would remember it, but
unique.
that's what I'm saying. That's not sounding familiar to me at all. I mean,
let me ask you. I mean, throughout your life, would you remember the number of fights you've been involved in? And I don't mean kind of like a bump or something, just a physical fight where everybody's hitting each other, scratching, pulling, whatever.
Maybe. I mean, I can't say I've been in a lot. I played sports.
Yeah.
You get into scuffles there, and.
And you recall some of those, right? I mean, just.
Yeah, I can recall some of them.
Games get intense.
But like I said, you saying this is just not ringing a bell.
Nothing.
I mean, but I don't know what to tell you. That's just not ringing a bell to me.
It'd be something.
I would think I would remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you're in this,
I would think so too.
If you're in this other girl's house and words are exchanged, I mean, you figure you recall.
I would think.
Especially if it got physical, right?
Well, I would think.
And it's relating to, a guy that you were dating, but she's dating now, and it's just kind of like a whole love triangle type of thing. I mean, you figure you'd remember that, right?
Well, I would think.
So.
I mean, I don't know what to still tell you.
Yeah. No, because I'm looking at the notes, and these people are kind of, they're pointing the finger at you.
Well.
And.
I mean, that's not ringing a bell to me, so, I don't know, you know, it's, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah. So you, offhand, you don't recall ever going into her house and having words and physically, you know,
No.
attacking
I mean,
her attacking you?
No.
Nothing like that?
No. I mean, that's, no.
Nothing?
No. No. Not at all.
Okay. Well, on some of the, on this case, you know, it occurred in '86, right? Detectives processed the scene, things of that nature. They did fingerprints and all that stuff. You know, well, you know the standard stuff. I mean, you've been doing this longer than I have.
Well, I don't know about that. I got 26 years on,
Yeah.
going on 26.
19, so. But, you know, as they processed everything, they did the best they could at that time, and they looked at a lot of people and different things in this case. And you're right.
I mean, if you guys are claiming that I'm a suspect, then, you know, I got a problem with, you know, with that.
Okay.
Okay? So, you know, if you're doing this as an interrogation, you're saying, hey, I'm a suspect. Well, now I got a problem with, you know, now you're accusing me of this? Is that what you're saying?
We're trying to figure out what happened, Stephanie.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, do I need to get a lawyer if you're accusing me of this? You know,
you don't have to. I mean, you know,
I'm just,
you're here of your own free will. I mean,
no, I know, but
I mean, you know, you're not under arrest. You can walk out.
You can leave whenever you like.
Well, you know, I'm trying to give you some background of, you know, how I knew him, and now you're telling me that somebody's saying that we had this big old fight, and I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, and I don't want to, you know, get in trouble for something that I didn't even do, or you're saying I did something.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand.
I mean, how would you guys like it if the tables were turned on you?
I understand. No.
No, that's what we're telling you. I mean, you're free to go whenever you want. If this makes you uncomfortable and you want to,
well, now you're starting to make me uncomfortable.
The thing is, I mean, detectives did what they could at that time on the crime scene. Okay, and the burglary thing you're talking about, that is an angle that they looked at. I go, but now we're looking at everything else on the case, because nobody was ever arrested on the case.
I don't know that, or not.
Okay. It would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job, and I guess I'm gonna have to contact somebody. So.
That's fair.
I mean, because I know how this stuff works. I mean, I just can't believe it.
That's. I mean, we understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, I mean, we would feel the same way.
I just can't even believe it. I mean, it's just. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. Okay. That somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on.
Well.
That's.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thanks for giving me the courtesy. I wish I recorded it.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Stephanie. Take care.
All right.
absolutely crazy.
Have a seat, Stephanie.
This is insane.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Stephanie, you know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to us right now?
No.
All right. Okay.
This
then.
is crazy.
Okay.
This is I'm like in shock. I'm totally in shock.
That 23 years in a freezer had degraded the sample beyond reliable use. They pointed to a hole in the storage envelope as possible contamination. They tried to offer an alternative suspect, a man who had been burglarizing homes in the same area at around the same time. The jury wasn't buying it. The prosecution presented the DNA, 1 in 1.7 sextillion, laid out the timeline of Lazarus's obsession with John Ruetten, the confrontations at Glendale Adventist, the uninvited visits to the apartment, the continued relationship with John even after his engagement to Sherri, the diaries, the whole picture. They presented the weapon, the Smith & Wesson model, 49.38 caliber, registered to Lazarus with the Department Armory in 1984 and reported stolen to the Santa Monica police 13 days after the murder. Not to her own department, as regulations required, to a different agency, in a city where she claimed her car had been broken into near the beach. They presented the crime scene analysis. The FBI profiler testified, the staging was intentional. This was not a burglary. It was the work of someone who knew exactly what a burglary was supposed to look like. Prosecutor Shannon Presby told the jury plainly, Lazarus had been able to hide what she had done from every single person in her life. In March 2012, the jury found Stephanie Lazarus guilty of first-degree murder. She sat in the courtroom as the verdict was read. Almost no reaction. On May 11, 2012, 26 years, 2 months, and 15 days after Sherri Rasmussen was killed, Stephanie Lazarus was sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. Nels Rasmussen was in the courtroom for the verdict. He had spent 23 years being ignored and dismissed, being told he was wrong, that he watched too much TV. He lived to see her convicted. He died in 2020. Before his death, he recorded a video specifically for any future parole hearing. He sat in front of a camera and addressed directly whoever might one day consider releasing Stephanie Lazarus. He said, when you look at what she did to my daughter's face, it seems she wanted to destroy the beauty that Sherri radiated. That video was played at the 2023 parole hearing. When Lazarus first became eligible for parole in 2023, accounting for time served, she appeared before the board. Under California's youth offender law, people who committed crimes before the age of 26 are entitled to an early parole review. Lazarus was 25 years and 10 months old when she killed Sherri. She qualified. At the November 2023 hearing, Stephanie Lazarus, who had pleaded not guilty at trial, who had denied everything for decades, finally admitted what she had done. She said, "It horrifies me to this day that I, who swore to protect and serve, took the life of Sherri Rasmussen, a nurse." She said, "All I was thinking about was getting out of there before police arrived." She said, "I will never, ever harm another person the way I harmed Sherri Rasmussen on February 24th, 1986, when I coldly killed, brutally killed Sherri Rasmussen." The board recommended her release. The reaction was immediate. Sherri's sister Connie said, she had 23 years to lie and conceal evidence and live her life when she could have turned herself in. Releasing her now is not justice for my sister. John Ruetten spoke publicly. He said she lied for decades until parole became her only option. Sherri's parents lost a daughter and her sisters lost a beloved friend because Sherri loved me and married me. Governor Gavin Newsom intervened. He wrote to the board that Lazarus had evaded justice for more than 2 decades and had not begun to fully accept responsibility until she was finally caught. The board scheduled a new hearing. In October 2024, the parole recommendation was rescinded. At the most recent hearing in February 2025, Commissioner Kevin Chappelle again denied parole. He told Lazarus directly, "You were the only one engaging in this extreme act of violence." He added, "Her own account of what happened did not match the physical evidence." The next hearing is no sooner than 3 years away. As of today, Stephanie Lazarus is 64 years old. She is held at the California Institution for Women in Corona. And Sherri Rasmussen, who is 29 years old, 3 months married, director of critical care. Nursing at Glendale Adventist Medical Center has been gone since February 24th, 1986. There's one detail in this case that I keep coming back to. When Stephanie Lazarus was finally arrested in the basement of Parker Center on June 5, 2009, when she was standing in handcuffs still with a badge on her chest, her first reaction wasn't silence, wasn't tears, wasn't a confession. "Am I on a hidden camera? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy." She had hidden this for 23 years, gone to work the morning after the murder, built a career inside the same department that was supposed to find her, served in Van Nuys twice with access to the very files that contained her name, reported the murder weapon stolen to a different agency so it couldn't be traced, and when they finally caught her, her first instinct was to perform shock. That tells you everything you need to know about who Stephanie Lazarus is. The family's attorney, John Taylor, put it plainly. Lazarus had already served her parole in advance, 23 years of freedom after the murder, while Sherri's family had nothing. While Nels Rasmussen called and wrote letters and was told he watched too much TV, while Loretta Rasmussen lived with the knowledge that her daughter's killer was free, getting promotions, collecting a salary from the city of Los Angeles. John Ruetten made a statement at the 2012 sentencing. He said Sherri had lost her life simply for knowing him and loving him. At the 2024 parole hearing, he said, "I cannot accept that anything she says is sincere." Loretta Rasmussen, Sherri's mother, said something at that sentencing that stopped the entire courtroom. After 26 years of grief, letters being ignored, fighting, and finally prevailing, she said she was praying for Stephanie Lazarus's family. A reporter covering the case wrote afterward, "For a mother to be able to say that takes a person of extraordinary dignity." Sherri Rasmussen, born February 7, 1957, director of critical care nursing at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, 3 months married. A woman who had enrolled in college at 16, become a nurse at 20, and by 27 was already changing the profession she loved. She never got to see what came next. The internal LAPD investigation that was promised, an inquiry into why Nels Rasmussen's tip was ignored, why evidence disappeared from the coroner's office, never produced results. No one was disciplined, no one was held accountable. Sherri's family sued the department. A judge dismissed the case on statute of limitations grounds. What we know for certain is this: a woman was killed in her own home on a Monday morning in 1986. The person who killed her was a cop who knew exactly how to get away with it. And for 23 years, while a father called, while a mother grieved, while a husband tried to live with what his choices had cost, that person did exactly that. She almost entirely got away with it. The only thing that stopped her was a bite mark, a swab in a freezer, and a DNA analyst who refused to let a crumbling paper envelope stay forgotten. One question before I go. The family's attorney said Lazarus had already used her parole in advance, 23 years of freedom, while Sherri's family had nothing. The board agreed. Do you? Let me know in the comments. This case deserves to be talked about.
Stephanie Lazarus spent 23 years trying not to get caught. The next cop on this list wanted the exact opposite. He was a Miami police officer who'd been fired in the 80s for lying under oath. After he lost the badge, he didn't go quiet. He went the other way. He started killing people he decided were scum. And he documented every single one. Photographs, news clippings, cassette tapes he recorded himself watching coverage of his own murders. 9 victims. Some of them small-time drug dealers. Some of them women who had nothing to do with anything.
Hey, man.
When the state of Florida finally caught him and put him on trial, he stood up and asked the jury for the death penalty. He told them he wished he'd killed more.
Of course I felt good. I felt great, like I was doing a service to mankind. They have no right to be alive.
Was it wrong to kill these people?
No, it was not wrong to kill these people. Somebody had to kill these people. When you go to cocktail parties, they say, well, the drug situation in Miami is terrible. Yeah, I wish they would kill the drug dealers, but who does it? Nobody does. Everybody talks about it. The problems keep going about. The drugs are being sold to our children in school, but who does anything about it? Not the judicial system. If I'm guilty of murder, they're guilty of murder. And the judicial system is guilty of murder, not me.
December 11th, 2012. Florida State Prison, Stark. About 7:30 in the evening. There's a 56-year-old guy strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, arm taped flat, IV already in. Behind a glass panel sits a small group of people, including a brother and an elderly mother who've been waiting 26 years for exactly this moment. The microphone above his head clicks on. He gets the chance to say his last words. He doesn't apologize. Doesn't even glance at the families. Doesn't acknowledge them at all. He just says 4 words. Airborne forever. I love you, Michi baby. Then he yawns, blinks a couple of times. The drugs hit his bloodstream. His eyes close. 16 minutes later, pronounced dead. His name was Manuel Pardo, former Boy Scout, military veteran, Florida Highway Patrol Academy, graduated valedictorian of his class, Trooper of the Month, June 1979. Meritorious Service Award the same year. In 1982, he saved a 2-month-old baby's life, giving him CPR until paramedics got there. He also, between January and April of 1986, over a span of just 92 days, killed 9 people. 6 men, 3 women, most of them in their 30s. Some he shot, some he beat to death. Several of them he handcuffed face down on the floor first, then put bullets in the back of their heads. After each murder, he took a Polaroid of the body. He cut newspaper clippings about his own killings out of the local paper and pasted them into a personal diary. He kept their credit cards as souvenirs. And the prosecutor who put him away, a guy who spent decades dealing with violent criminals in Miami, said this about him. He went home and slept like a baby. He was proud of what he did. In his own words, by the way, he wasn't a criminal, he was a soldier. Okay. So this case has stuck with me for one specific reason. Manuel Pardo wasn't your typical killer who learned tradecraft through trial and error. He was a trained cop. He knew exactly how cops investigated homicides because he'd been the cop investigating homicides. And honestly, when you read the case file, you can see it. The way he chose his victims, the way he set up the meets, the way he got close. All of that is straight out of police work. He just used it for the opposite job. But there's something even weirder going on under the surface, because once you start looking at the pen pal letters he wrote from death row, and the fake undercover agent stories he told in foreign courts, and the Hitler books that filled his apartment, you start to wonder if the whole soldier on a mission thing was even real, or if it was just a story he needed to tell himself. Wait, subscribe right now. Because by the end of this video, you'll learn one specific detail about this person, just one, that I haven't been able to get out of my head for days. I promise. Oh, and one more thing before we get into it. There's a strong theory in true crime circles that Manuel Pardo's case was one of the inspirations for the TV show Dexter. The Miami setting, the cop background, the vigilante killing bad guys angle, the keeping of trophies from each victim. He even made it into a video game. Hotline Miami 2 has a playable character, literally named Manny Pardo, an unhinged Miami detective who goes on killing sprees. Whether or not the Dexter writers will ever confirm the connection, you'll see why people keep making it. Stick around, we'll get there. Manuel Pardo Jr. was born in New York City on September 24th, 1956. Cuban-American family, pretty normal kid by every account. Boy Scout, played sports, very patriotic household. American flags, Pledge of Allegiance every morning. The kind of childhood that was supposed to produce a regular suburban dad with a backyard grill and a mortgage. In the 1970s, he joined the military, served honorably, earned commendations for good conduct, qualified as a sharpshooter. By 1978, he was out, and he moved his wife and his little daughter Michelle down to Hialeah, Florida. He was 22 years old, clean record, stable marriage, and one very clear ambition. He wanted to be a cop.
I was born to be a police officer, because lawyers are a bunch of hypocrites, Same thing with the system, the judges, that's trash, they're ineffective,
So he applied to the Florida Highway Patrol Academy, got accepted. And here's where it starts getting interesting, because by every measure, this guy was an outstanding cadet, graduated valedictorian, the very best student in his class, the guy the Academy literally held up as the example of what a Florida trooper should look like. Think about what valedictorian of an Academy class actually means. You're not just at the top academically, you're at the top in physical fitness, in firearms, in defensive tactics, in vehicle pursuit, in the law portion of the curriculum, in everything they grade you on. You're the cadet the instructors point at when they want to show the rest of the class what good looks like. You're the one they remember. June 1979, barely a year on the road, he was named Trooper of the Month. December 1979, he got the Meritorious Service Award. If you'd asked anyone at FHP about Trooper Pardo at the end of 1979, you'd have heard the same answer over and over. Sharp, dedicated, going places. Then in January of 1980, barely a month after that Meritorious Service Award, he abruptly resigned. Officially? Personal reasons. What actually happened was that Internal Affairs had opened an investigation into him. According to that investigation, he'd been writing roughly 100 fictitious warning tickets, basically fabricating paperwork, then submitting falsified records to back it up. And here's what bugs me about this. Warning tickets aren't moneymakers. There's no cash in your pocket from a warning ticket. So why fake them? The most plausible answer the investigators landed on was that he was inflating his own productivity, padding the numbers to look more diligent than he actually was, building an image. That detail is small. It's almost a footnote. But hold on to it, because that exact same behavior, faking the paperwork to look more righteous than you are, is going to come back, scaled way up, 6 years later. He resigned before they could fire him, kept his record clean enough on paper to apply somewhere else, and pretty quickly, the police department of a tiny city in Miami-Dade County called Sweetwater hired him. Sweetwater PD in the early 80s was a problem department, small, barely a couple of square miles, almost no oversight, the kind of place where everyone in the department knew everyone else's business, and nobody wanted to be the one to make trouble. Easy place for a young guy with a clean military record and a hidden mess to keep moving forward without anyone digging too deep. For a few years, Manny Pardo was a Sweetwater cop, and during that time he kept building up the same outward image he'd built at FHP. In 1982, the Miami Herald wrote a story about him saving that 2-month-old's life with CPR. Around the same time, he arrested some guy for stealing exotic birds, parrots and cockatoos, that were going to be used as live sacrifices in Santeria rituals. Carl Hiaasen, the South Florida columnist, wrote a piece that included him. Pardo gave a quote about how proud he was of fellow officers who'd earned community college certificates. He spoke the language of the dedicated public servant fluently. Maybe he even believed it. There were also problems, though. In 1981, Pardo was one of 4 Sweetwater officers charged with brutality. Charges got dismissed. He kept his job, kept moving up. Now I want to give you the bigger picture for a second, because Miami in the early to mid-'80s is not the Miami most people picture today. The cocaine cowboys thing, Scarface, pastel suits, speedboats full of cash, that wasn't a movie. That was the actual atmosphere of the city. South Florida cocaine traffic at this time was generating billions of dollars a year. The Miami Medical Examiner literally ran out of refrigerated space for bodies. The federal government had to fly in extra staff to handle the body count. If you were a cop in this environment, you basically had 2 choices: fight the trade and watch it crush you, or quietly become part of it. There was a scandal at the time called the Miami River Cops case, where dozens of officers from the city of Miami got caught crossing over, robbing dealers, selling protection, becoming the people they were supposed to be arresting. A lot of those river cops were Cuban American. A lot of them had military backgrounds. A lot of them came from the same neighborhoods Pardo grew up around. The line between cop and criminal in 1980s Miami was thinner than at almost any other time in American history. In January of 1985, Manny Pardo did something that even today, reading the file decades later, makes no sense unless you understand what he was already becoming. A former colleague of his from Sweetwater had been arrested in the Bahamas on drug smuggling charges. So Pardo flies down there, takes the witness stand, and under oath in a foreign court, he tells the judge that he and his buddy aren't just regular American police officers, they're international undercover agents working a sensitive operation. That was a complete lie, top to bottom. There was no operation, there were no undercover agents. He had perjured himself in a foreign country to protect a guy who was actually a drug smuggler. Think about the audacity of that for a second. He flew to a foreign country, took an oath in front of a judge, looked the judge in the eye, and just made up a story about being a secret international agent. That's not a guy desperately trying to help a friend out of a tough spot. That's a guy who started believing his own version of reality is more important than the actual facts in front of everybody else. When the lie came out, Sweetwater finally fired him. He was 28 years old, wife, at home, daughter. 2 consecutive cop jobs ended over dishonesty, and somewhere in his head, this idea was starting to grow. That the people he had built his career on arresting weren't really people. They were a problem, maybe even a parasite. Honestly, I think this is the moment Manny Pardo broke, not when he killed his first victim. Right here, the day Sweetwater took his badge. Because for him, that badge wasn't just employment. That was the whole structure his identity stood on. Pledge of allegiance, patriotism, military discipline, the moral certainty of a guy who graduated valedictorian. The badge was the column holding all of that up. Pull it out and what's left? A 28-year-old man with a dog that has a swastika tattooed on its leg, and a growing collection of books about Adolf Hitler. Yeah, we're going to come back to that, I promise. After the firing, he drifted, took odd jobs, stayed in touch with the shadier people from his policing days. At some point, exactly when isn't perfectly documented, he reconnected with a guy named Rolando Garcia, a former Sweetwater colleague. Garcia was working as a laborer now, doing some stuff on the edges of the drug trade. The two of them started planning. Officially, what they planned was a series of robberies, targeting drug dealers, guys with cash on hand who couldn't really call the police if they got hit. Pardo's police training would do the heavy lifting. The way you make a target trust you for the few seconds you need. The way you control the entry. The way you leave clean. That's the official version. In Pardo's own version, he wasn't a robber. He was a soldier, waging a one-man war on the cocaine trade. Finishing the work Sweetwater hadn't let him finish. A vigilante cleaning up the city. Doing what nobody else would do. So which one was it? That's the question the prosecutors wrestled with. The defense attorney wrestled with. The jurors wrestled with. Even his own family wrestled with it for the next 26 years. Was he really a vigilante? Or did he just need a story to tell himself, to live with what he was actually doing? The first murders happened on January 22, 1986. The victims were Mario Amador, 33 years old, and Roberto Alfonso, 28. Amador worked as a civil engineer by day and dealt drugs on the side. Alfonso worked as a parking lot attendant. He was Amador's friend, basically along for the ride. I want you to picture Mario Amador for a second, a guy with a real engineering degree. By daylight, he was building things, designing roads or bridges or buildings. Then at night, he was selling drugs to make extra money. That's not a cartel boss. That's not a kingpin. That's a guy with a side hustle that turned out to be the worst decision of his life. Pardo and Garcia set up what looked like a drug deal in Hialeah. Amador and Alfonso showed up thinking they were doing a sale. What they didn't know was that Pardo had a .22 caliber Ruger pistol with a silencer screwed onto the barrel. That silencer had been built by a Haitian gunsmith named Michael Millet. Here's where the soldier story already starts cracking. Once Amador handed over the cocaine to be inspected, Pardo and Garcia pulled their guns. They didn't shoot right away. They handcuffed both men, made them lie face down on the floor, and then Pardo emptied 2 .22 caliber pistols into them. According to court records, Amador took 6 shots to the head, 2 to the neck, 1 to the leg. Alfonso took 4 to the head. That's not a battle. That's not a soldier engaging an enemy combatant. That's a planned execution of 2 handcuffed men face down on a floor.
Of course I felt good. I felt great, like I was doing a service to mankind. They have no right to be alive. I killed each and every one of these individuals because they were drug dealers. They are element, and I object to the word kill these people because when you say kill, you're denoting a human being. And these to me were not human beings. These were people that live off the misery of other people. They're parasites and they're leeches. And they have no right to be alive.
A few days later, on January 28th, Pardo killed Michael Milot. Same guy who'd given him the silencers. Pardo apparently decided Milot might be a police informant and couldn't be left alive. The way they did it was cold even by the standards of this case. Garcia drove Milot to a meeting, lured him into the front passenger seat of a car that belonged to Pardo's wife. Pardo was already waiting in the back seat. The second Milot sat down, Pardo shot him in the head with a 9mm. By the way, Milot wasn't some lowlife. He was a Haitian anti-Duvalier political activist. He'd survived a brutal regime, fled to Miami, built a quiet life as a gunsmith. He thought Pardo was a friend. He had supplied Pardo the very weapons used in the first 2 killings, and now he'd been used to kill himself. Think about that for a minute. Michael Milot survived Papa Doc Duvalier, an actual dictator who actually killed thousands of people in a country where actual political violence was a daily threat. He fled all of that, came to America, found a quiet life in South Florida fixing guns, and then he got murdered by a guy who thought of himself as a hero. 3 murders in about a week. And the killer, by every account from people who knew him, didn't change at all. He went home, spent time with his daughter, played with the Doberman, the one with the swastika tattoo on its leg in case you'd forgotten, read his books, kept up appearances, and then he started keeping a record. This is the part of the case I genuinely couldn't stop thinking about while I was researching this. After each murder, according to court testimony, he took a photograph of the victim. Then, when stories about the killings appeared in the local papers, he cut those clippings out and glued them into a diary. He kept at least 1 credit card off a victim. A small trophy, basically. When the prosecutor asked him in court why he was photographing dead people, his answer was, "Okay, I'm going to give you his exact phrasing because I don't think I could make this up." He said he was capturing their spirits. And then, according to his testimony, he would burn the photographs in a special ashtray in his apartment. A special ashtray for burning the spirits of the people he'd killed.
The purpose of the photographs is twofold. After I shot the victims, I would photograph them with a Polaroid camera. Because as I shot them, all I'm doing is taking away their physical life. That's not enough. As I the spirit stays within the body 3 to 5 minutes after the person dies. As I photographed them, I would capture their spirit on film. I would then take the film home to my house, and I would burn the picture, the Polaroid. I would set it I have a special ashtray at home, an alabaster ashtray, that I would burn them. And as I burned them, I dictated and I sent their souls to the eternal fires and damnation of hell for the misery they caused on the earth while they were alive.
Was it wrong to kill these people?
No, it was not wrong to kill these people. Somebody had to kill these people. When you go to cocktail parties, they say, well, the drug situation in Miami is terrible. Yeah, I wish they would kill the drug dealers, but who does it? Nobody does it. Everybody talks about it. The problems keep going about. The drugs are being sold to our children in school, but who does anything about it? Not the judicial system. If I'm guilty of murder, they're guilty of murder. And the judicial system is guilty of murder, not me.
Real quick, does that sound to you like a soldier on a mission? A guy doing a public service? Or does that sound like something else entirely? Because here's the thing. Soldiers don't take trophies from enemy combatants. Soldiers don't keep diaries cataloging their kills with newspaper clippings. Soldiers don't claim to be capturing spirits in ashtrays. That language? That ritual? That's not battlefield behavior. That's serial killer behavior. Specifically, it's the kind of behavior the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit had been documenting in serial offenders since the 1970s. The trophies, the keepsakes, the need to relive the act. Pardo was telling himself one story about what he was doing, but his actual behaviors were telling everybody else a completely different story. In February, Pardo killed 2 more men, Luis Robledo, 37, and Ulpiano Ledo, 39, during a robbery of their home. Same general pattern. Use his cop skills to gain proximity. Pull a gun. Take whatever was worth taking. Then in April, the killings escalated again. 2 separate incidents, 4 more victims, in the span of just a few weeks. And this is where the vigilante story really starts falling apart. Because the next 2 victims weren't drug dealers. They were a woman named Farah Quintero and a woman named Sara Musa. Sara was the sister of one of Pardo's actual targets. She just happened to be there when he showed up. Why did Pardo kill them? According to court records, and you have to brace yourself for this, Pardo killed Farah Quintero and Sara Musa over an argument about a pawned ring worth $50. And because the women had refused to use stolen credit cards to buy him a VCR, a pawned ring worth $50, and a VCR, 2 human beings, murdered. So the soldier could have a VCR. It gets weirder. Pardo later claimed he believed Quintero had marked him for death by paging him with the number 8 repeatedly. Why? Because in some Cuban folk practice connected to Santeria, the number 8 is read as a sign of death. So in Pardo's head, this woman had used a beeper to put a curse on him, and that justified killing her over a $50 ring. Read that again. Because if you're still on the fence about the whole vigilante versus killer question, that should settle it. Soldiers don't shoot women over $50 rings. Soldiers don't decode pager numbers as supernatural death threats. That's the behavior of a paranoid, unstable man wrapped in a uniform of self-righteousness. The last killings were Ramon Alvaro, 40, and his girlfriend Daisy Ricard, 38. Pardo killed them because, according to court testimony, Alvaro had failed to show up for several drug deals. Alvaro stood him up on a few transactions, so Pardo killed him. And his girlfriend. Sara Musa's brother Regino spent the next 26 years waiting to attend Pardo's execution. He was in the witness room in 2012. The day before the execution, Regino told a reporter, quote, "It's about time. It's been so long, you just want to get it over with. I still have nightmares and I don't have words to describe it. I can't believe that it's happening." 26 years of nightmares. About a sister who was killed because she wouldn't help Manny Pardo buy a VCR. There was also Frank Judd, the nephew of Farah Quintero. He read the public statement after the execution, thanked Florida, then said the pain continues to this day. Continues to this day, after 26 years. Okay. I want to pause the chronology here because we're about to get to the moment Pardo got caught, and before that happens, I want to ask you something directly. You've heard his version. The soldier. The mission. The cleanup of Miami's drug trade. You've also heard the actual facts. 2 handcuffed men face down on a floor. 2 women dead over a $50 ring and a VCR. Pager numbers as supernatural death sentences. A diary full of Polaroids and clippings. An apartment full of Hitler books. So, be honest with yourself for a second. Was Manuel Pardo really, in his own twisted way, a sanitarian? A guy trying to clean society of what he believed were parasites? Or was that idea just a permission slip he wrote himself for something darker that had been living inside him for a long time? There's no objectively right answer. The jurors couldn't agree on it. His own attorney couldn't decide. His daughter, who loved him, couldn't decide. Drop your answer in the comments. I read them. I want to see how you call this one. Now let me show you how he got caught, because the way this guy fell apart at the end is almost embarrassing for a so-called soldier. During the murder of Daisy Ricard, something went wrong. Pardo shot her once with the Ruger. The pistol jammed, so he started using the gun itself to bludgeon her. And in the middle of doing that, the jammed round inside the weapon went off, into his own foot, the vigilante, the soldier, the self-appointed cleanser of Miami, bleeding heavily from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in the middle of his own crime scene. He fled, flew to New York City, back to where he grew up, checked into a New York hospital telling them he was an out-of-town cop who'd been wounded. The hospital removed the bullet from his foot. And here's the thing about gunshot wounds in hospitals. There's a procedure. The bullet goes into police evidence. Standard. That detail is almost too perfect. The cop who was killing people with bullets just deposited one of his own bullets, his own ballistic fingerprint, directly into a police evidence locker. He handed the prosecution the strongest piece of physical evidence they would ever need against him, and he did it himself. Meanwhile, down in Florida, the case was coming apart for him. A friend of Rolando Garcia had gotten scared. Garcia and Pardo had apparently been showing him the photos of the victims, and the friend was now convinced he'd be next on the list. He went to police. That's the other thing about this case I find darkly funny in a horrible way. Pardo's downfall was caused in part by Garcia's vanity. Garcia couldn't help showing off the trophies. He had to have somebody to brag to. And the second Garcia started bragging, to the wrong guy, the whole thing collapsed. Detectives moved fast. Credit cards belonging to victims were getting used. The friend pointed at Garcia. Garcia pointed at Pardo. When detectives traced Pardo's flight to New York, they coordinated with NYPD and recovered the bullet that had been pulled out of his foot. That bullet matched rounds found in the bodies of his last two victims. Game over. When detectives searched his apartment in Hialeah, they found everything. The diary, the photographs, the newspaper clippings cataloged by date, the credit card. They also found something the prosecutors used at trial in a way that, frankly, ended any chance of jury sympathy. A massive Nazi memorabilia collection, hundreds of books about Hitler, rifles engraved with swastikas, and the Doberman with its tattoo. This wasn't a guy who'd stumbled into the wrong line of work. This was a guy whose private life, the part of him no fellow officer had ever seen, had been organized for years around a really specific kind of hate. And by the way, the Nazi obsession is the thing that completely demolishes the soldier cleaning up drug dealers story. Because Hitler wasn't anti-drug. Hitler had nothing to do with what Pardo claimed he was fighting against. The ideology Pardo was actually drawn to wasn't an anti-drug ideology. It was an ideology about dehumanizing other people, about deciding which categories of human beings have a right to exist and which don't. The drugs were the surface story. The thing underneath, the thing he was reading about in his apartment night after night, was something much worse. The lead prosecutor was a guy named David Waxman, spent decades in the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office putting violent guys in prison. Waxman wasn't given to drama. The thing he said about Pardo years later was just this. He was very cold. He was doing robberies and went home and slept like a baby. He was proud of what he did. Slept like a baby. After killing a stranger for what was in their wallet. Waxman's whole theory was simple. Pardo wasn't on a mission. He was running rip-offs. The vigilante speech was theater for the jury. And honestly, here's where the case takes its weirdest turn. Pardo went to trial in April 1988. His defense attorney was a guy named Ronald Guralnick. Guralnick had a problem. His client was clearly going to be convicted. The bullet from his foot, the diary, the photos, the cooperating witness, the credit cards, the Nazi stuff. There was no realistic argument that Pardo hadn't killed those 9 people. So Guralnick went with the only play he had left: insanity. His argument was basically, look, this man can't tell right from wrong. The guy who tattooed his own dog with a swastika, photographed his victims and burned their spirits in an ashtray, that guy is by definition mentally ill, not legally responsible, should be in a hospital, not on death row. Given the actual facts, not the worst defense in the world. Guralnick said something about his client years later that I keep coming back to. Quote, I think that anyone who would get up and ask a jury to sentence him to death is insane. The defense attorney himself, the guy who knew Pardo better than anybody outside his family, was telling the world, this man is not in his right mind. Manny Pardo wouldn't let his lawyer save him. Against Guralnick's explicit, repeated on-the-record advice, Pardo demanded to take the witness stand in his own defense. He admitted to all 9 killings, looked at the family members of his victims sitting in the gallery, and told them, and the jury, and the judge, and the entire press corps, that he had been right. His exact words, I was not wrong to kill these people. Somebody had to do this. Kill these people. And then he said the line that captures Manny Pardo more completely than any other moment in the case. The only regret that I have is that instead of 9, I wish that I could have been up here for 99. 99. He wished he'd killed 99. The jury convicted him. That was a foregone conclusion the second he opened his mouth. Then it was time for the sentencing phase, where again, against his attorney's advice, he refused to take the safer path. He stood up in front of the jurors and asked them to give him the death penalty. His exact words, "I am a soldier. I accomplished my mission. I humbly ask you to give me the glory of ending my life and not send me to spend the rest of my days in state prison. I'm not a criminal. I'm a soldier. As a soldier, I ask to be given the death penalty." He wasn't pleading for his life. He was demanding the executioner. Think about how rare that is. Most defendants in a capital case are doing everything they can to stay alive. Their lawyers are scrambling for any mitigating factor: childhood trauma, mental illness, addiction, anything. Pardo did the opposite. He used his time on the stand to reject mitigation, to argue for his own death. Why? Because dying as a soldier was part of the brand. A real soldier doesn't accept a hospital sentence. A real soldier accepts execution. And Pardo had spent 2 years in a cell rehearsing exactly how he wanted his final scene to play. The jury obliged. 9 counts of first-degree murder. The judge agreed, and Manuel Pardo was shipped off to Florida's death row. He'd be there 24 years before they finally killed him. Now, those 24 years are where the soldier story really starts to fall apart. Because here's what he did with his time. In the late 80s and early 90s, he started placing personal ads in tabloid newspapers. Lonely Hearts ads, looking for pen pals. He carried on long, elaborate written correspondences with vulnerable women across America. Told them he was a misunderstood guy. Told them he was behind bars for things he didn't actually do. Told them he needed someone to believe in him. And then, after the trust had built up through letters, he asked them for money. Court records and news coverage from the time say he successfully scammed multiple women out of about $3,500 total. Not a huge amount, but a meaningful pattern. The Miami press gave him a nickname for it: the Death Row Romeo. That nickname's not flattering. The press wasn't being affectionate. They were saying, "This guy is not who he says he is. This is not a soldier. This is a small-time confidence man who happens to also be a serial killer. A real soldier doesn't spend his prison years scamming middle-aged women out of cigarette money. A real vigilante doesn't need pen pals. The pen pal con tells you something the trial almost obscured. Underneath all the courtroom theater, the 99, the soldier speech, the parasites, was a much smaller and much sadder guy. Somebody who needed attention, needed validation, needed cash, wanted to feel powerful by manipulating women who couldn't see him clearly enough to know better." That's not a sanitarian. I've seen this pattern before in cases like this, and it's worth saying out loud. Killers who develop a moral framework after the fact to explain what they've already done. The killing happens first. The justification gets built second. The mind constructs whatever story it needs to keep functioning. And that's why the Nazi books matter so much. Because Hitler ideology gives you a complete framework for deciding which people are not really people. It gives you a worldview where killing is administrative, where the victims aren't even seen as victims, they're seen as obstacles. Pests, parasites, the exact words Pardo used in court. That language didn't come from his cop training. The Florida Highway Patrol Academy doesn't teach you to think of suspects as parasites. That language came from the books in his apartment. His family knew him as a regular husband and dad, Michi's dad. He played with his daughter. By all accounts, he was affectionate. The same hands he used to bludgeon Daisy Ricard to death the day before were the same hands holding his own kid the next morning. The same guy who took photos of dying victims took photos of his daughter's birthday parties. And here's the part that's almost impossible to wrap your head around. That daughter, Michelle, the Michi from his last words on the gurney, grew up, became a lawyer, and in 2025, She ran for a city commission seat in Miami Beach. His daughter, the little girl whose nickname was the last word he ever said. When she ran for office, opposition researchers surfaced the connection to her father, and she had to issue a public statement. She said she'd spent years trying to understand how the man she'd loved could have done what he did. She said she'd forgiven him so she could move on with her own life. Sit with that for a second. Actually sit with it. The man who told a courtroom he wished he'd killed 99 people was, every night, going home to a child he loved enough to make her nickname his last word on earth. That's the part that messes with my head about this case. Not the killings exactly. Not even the diary. The space between those two things. The space between the man who burned his victim's spirits in an ashtray and the man who taught his daughter to ride a bike. If you can hold both of those images at once without flinching, you get why this case has stayed with prosecutors and detectives and reporters for 35 years. He wasn't a monster. He was a guy with a daughter, which is exactly what makes him scary. In the years after the conviction, his appeals dragged through Florida's courts. He kept giving interviews. There's an interview from around 1990, available in archives, where he calmly walks a reporter through his philosophy. Drug dealers as parasites. The legal system as too soft. The need for somebody to do the dirty work the courts wouldn't do. He sounds on tape like a thoughtful man explaining a reasonable position. That's what makes the recording so unsettling. He doesn't sound crazy. He sounds organized. At one point he told a reporter, and I'm quoting him here, that instead of modeling himself after Hitler, he could have idolized Martin Luther King Jr. or John F. Kennedy. He paused on tape, then added, "But they were pacifists. I'm an activist." I think that's the most carefully constructed sentence Manny Pardo ever spoke. Look at what he's doing. He's not denying the Hitler admiration. He's not apologizing for it. He's offering King and Kennedy as alternatives only to dismiss them. Pacifists. Not for him. He's a man of action. The action just happened to look exactly like serial murder. Another interview, late in his life, he told a reporter, "I had to send a message, and I just hope some other people carry out my work." A guy on death row hoping his murders would inspire copycats. That's what was inside him. In October of 2012, Florida's then Governor Rick Scott signed Pardo's death warrant. The clock started ticking. Pardo's legal team made one last push to save him. Argued he was mentally ill. Argued he'd been mentally ill at the time of the killings. Argued that anyone who would ask a jury to execute him was, by definition, not capable of rational decision-making. Federal courts disagreed. Final appeals denied. And here's something that almost nobody mentions about the daughter, Michelle. There's a photograph in circulation, surfaced when she ran for office in 2025, that shows her posing with Rick Scott. The same Rick Scott who signed her father's death warrant. The image is jarring. The woman whose father was executed at the order of this man, smiling next to him at a political event decades later. Whatever forgiveness she had to do to keep functioning, she really did do it. Morning of December 11th, 2012. Pardo ate his last meal: rice, red beans, roasted pork, plantains, sliced avocado, tomatoes with olive oil, pumpkin pie, Cuban coffee, and eggnog. The food, more than anything else that day, was a quiet reminder that under all the ideology and the Hitler books and the Soldier Act, Manuel Pardo was a Cuban-American kid from a Cuban-American family in a Cuban-American city. That meal was the food his mom might have cooked. He visited with 8 people, met with the prison chaplain, met with a Roman Catholic bishop. Outside the prison, about 45 death penalty protesters showed up in a field across the road. In Miami, the Archdiocese held a vigil. 7 p.m., Supreme Court denied the last appeals. Execution proceeded. 7:30 p.m. The families of his victims were brought into the witness room, 7 of them, some grim, some calm, some already crying. They watched, through the glass, as the gurney rolled in. Last words, "Airborne forever, I love you, Michi baby." Drugs entered his veins. There was actually a malfunction in the death chamber's sound system that night. Reporters in the witness room couldn't hear his last words clearly. The prison had to release the words later in writing, which is almost a fitting final detail for a man who spent his life performing for an audience that didn't always pick up his signal. 7:47 p.m. Manuel Pardo was pronounced dead. Frank Judd, the nephew of Farah Quintero, talked to reporters afterward, thanked Florida for bringing closure, then said this: "The pain continues to this day." Which, okay, I want to say something about the word closure, because it gets thrown around a lot, and I think most people misunderstand what it actually means for these families. Closure isn't a feeling, it's just paperwork. The execution doesn't undo the day in 1986 when their loved one didn't come home. It doesn't bring back the missing decades. It doesn't fill the empty seat at every Christmas dinner since. What it does is, it lets them stop tracking the case file, stop showing up at appellate hearings, stop reading new clippings. After 26 years, they finally get to put the folder down. That's it. That's all closure is. Now I want to come back to the question I asked you earlier, the soldier versus the killer thing, because I want to actually try to answer it. Most serial killers are not cops. They learn what they're doing slowly, through trial and error, mostly by making mistakes that almost get them caught. The classic American serial killer of the 70s and 80s was self-taught. He failed a lot. He survived through luck more often than skill. Pardo was different. Pardo was formally trained, valedictorian of his academy. He knew how cops investigated homicides because he'd been the cop investigating homicides. He knew the mistakes killers made because he'd built his early career on cataloging exactly those mistakes. Look at what he got right, from a pure tradecraft standpoint. He used a silenced .22, quiet, effective, harder to trace than a bigger caliber. He worked with a partner so he could establish trust at a distance and close the gap from two angles. He kept his trophies inside his own apartment, where he believed nobody would ever look. He picked victims who, in many cases, had reasons not to get reported missing right away. He used the language of police work, undercover, operation mission, to make his actions feel, even to him, like ongoing law enforcement. And look at what he got wrong. Same things any rookie killer gets wrong. He kept trophies. He kept a diary. He used the credit cards. He talked. He had a partner who couldn't keep his mouth shut. He shot himself in the foot. The training didn't save him. In the end, the same thing that catches every serial killer caught Manny Pardo. He wasn't as smart as he thought he was. And his pride in his own intelligence, his certainty that he was a soldier on a mission, was the exact thing that made him keep the diary and take the photos that put him on death row. So here's my honest take on the whole "was he a vigilante" question. Whatever Manuel Pardo was, sanitarian, sociopath, soldier, or schemer, he was that thing before he ever pinned on his first uniform. The Florida Highway Patrol Academy didn't create him. It just trained him. And when his career inside the system finally collapsed, when he got himself fired for fraud and perjury, when he lost the badge that had been the column holding his identity up, whatever had always been underneath finally had nothing left to push it back down. Soldiers don't kill women over $50 rings. Soldiers don't see Santeria curses and pager numbers. Soldiers don't tattoo swastikas on their dogs. The 99 he wished he'd killed weren't really about drugs. They were about him. And the badge? The badge didn't turn a normal man into a killer. The badge gave a guy who already had something broken inside him a much better set of tools. I mentioned at the start of this video that there's a theory that Pardo inspired Dexter, the Miami forensic cop who only kills bad guys. The vigilante with a code. The likable serial killer who, the audience is encouraged to believe, is actually doing the city a favor. The show never officially confirmed Pardo as a direct inspiration, but the parallels are uncomfortable. The Miami setting, the cop background, the trophies, the conviction that the victims deserved it, the pose of righteousness. He even made it into a video game. Hotline Miami 2, Wrong Number, released in 2015, has a playable character literally named Manny Pardo, a Miami police detective who goes on killing sprees because he wants to be more famous than the other criminals in the headlines. The game's version is desperate for recognition. He escalates the brutality of his crimes specifically to get more press coverage. That's the weird part. The fictional Pardo in the game gets the real Pardo more right than Dexter ever did. Because the real Pardo wasn't actually a vigilante. He was a guy desperate to matter. A guy who kept a diary because he wanted somebody, someday, to read it. A guy who took photographs because he wanted there to be evidence of what he'd done. The whole Soldier Act was built around a need to be seen. And the saddest, weirdest thing about it is, it almost worked. He's still being talked about, still being written about, still inspiring shows and games and YouTube videos like this one. Which means, in a strange way, the message he wanted to send did get through. That bothers me. Manuel Pardo got executed at 56. 26 years from his last killing. 24 years from his trial. He'd asked for that ending himself, in a courtroom, in 1988. He got exactly the death he requested. Was that justice? Or was that giving him the glory he'd been demanding the whole time? Florida built him a stage, strapped him to it, pressed a button, and let him deliver his final monologue, airborne forever. I love you, Michi, baby. To a room of cameras and witnesses who didn't have a choice but to listen. He died exactly the way he wanted to die, as a soldier, with his last word being a tribute to his daughter, not a confession to his victims. Some of the families thanked Florida that night. Some cried, some said it didn't feel like enough. The folder closed. The families didn't. And in a small apartment in Hialeah, a long time ago, there was a Doberman pinscher with a swastika tattoo on its leg. The dog has been dead for years, buried, forgotten. He was the only living member of Manuel Pardo's twisted little household. A dog who loved his master and never had any idea what his master actually was. That detail, that's the one I can't stop thinking about. Tell me what you think in the comments. Was Pardo a vigilante who lost his way, or was he a killer who needed a better story? Did Florida do the right thing by giving him the execution he asked for, or did giving him exactly what he wanted let him win? There's no easy answer on this one. That's why 35 years later the case still gets argued about, still gets written about, still divides everybody who studies it. The next cop didn't hide anything. He didn't have to. Because he was the one who'd be investigating the scene. Massachusetts. May 2018, a 33-year detective at the Westfield Police Department comes home from work, sits at the kitchen table with his wife, and 10 minutes later calls 911. He says she shot herself, and he's a homicide detective. He knows exactly what a self-inflicted gunshot looks like. He knows where the residue goes. He knows what the spatter does. He knows all of that, because 11 days earlier, on his work computer, he'd looked it up.
115 recorded. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, this is Brian Daniel from North Road. My wife just shot herself, and she told me to help us.
He specifically said he searched, quote, how to make a murder look like a suicide.
Those were his exact words.
Your gun just exploded. Just so quick.
A man is sitting in an interrogation room. He's calm. He's polite. He answers every question. He even helps the detectives, pulls out details, walks them through the timeline, gives them context. He is, after all, one of them. This is the second time he's been in this chair. His wife was buried 3 days ago, and the detectives across the table are about to ask him a question that will change everything. It's May 17th, 2018. A small police interrogation room in Westfield, Massachusetts. The man in the chair is Brian Fanyon. Detective Brian Fanyon. 33 years at the Westfield Police Department. Respected. A deacon at his church. A husband of 33 years. A father of 2 grown children. The kind of cop who'd been at hundreds of crime scenes. And now, suddenly, was the one being asked the questions. 11 days before his wife died, Brian Fanyon sat at his desk at the Westfield Police Department, and on his work computer he typed 3 letters into a Google search bar. GSR, a gunshot residue. He spent the next 16 minutes reading articles about it, watching a YouTube video about it, looking at a page titled Gunshot Residue Collection, The Decisions That Make or Break a Case. He wasn't assigned to any case that needed gunshot residue analysis. The Westfield Police Department didn't even do that kind of testing. There was no professional reason on earth for a detective in that office to be looking at any of that. 11 days later, his wife was dead on their dining room floor with a gunshot wound to her head and 0 gunshot residue on her skin. This is the story of how a 33-year detective, a man who had built his entire identity on being one of the good guys, tried to commit the perfect crime. And it's the story of how his own colleagues, cops he'd worked alongside for years, quietly took him apart. Before we get into it, if you like true crime cases where the killer is somebody you'd never suspect, do me a favor and hit subscribe. New case every week, real evidence, real trials. It really does help the channel. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. To understand this case, you have to understand who Brian Fanion was in his town. Because in Westfield, Massachusetts, the name Fanion meant something. Westfield is a small city in western Massachusetts. About 40,000 people. The kind of place where families have lived for generations, where everybody knows somebody who knows you, where your name carries weight. And the Fanion name carried a lot of weight. A reporter named Stephanie Barry, who covered the case for the local paper, described the Fanion family as, and I'm quoting her here, the Kennedys of Westfield. That's how people talked about them. A long line of police officers and politicians. The kind of family that ran things. The kind of family that, when you saw the name on a uniform, you took the man wearing it seriously. Brian Fanion was born into that. He came up through the local schools, the local sports leagues, the local connections. By the time he was a young adult, he had 2 things lined up that he was supposed to do. Join the police force like his people had for generations, and marry well. He did both. In 1983, when Brian was 19 years old, he met a 16-year-old girl at Westfield High School. Her name was Amy Hansen, and by every single account I've read about her, Amy was the heart of the story. Amy came from a fairly large family, the Hansens. People in Westfield remembered the Hansen girls. They were known, the way Stephanie Barry described it, as some of the prettiest, some of the smartest, and some of the nicest girls in school. Amy was at the center of that. Sweet, smart, funny, the kind of teenage girl that everybody's mother liked. Brian and Amy started dating. They were together through her last years of high school, and in 1985 they got married. He was 21, she was 18, and they were, in their families, the couple that everybody expected to make it. They did make it, for a very long time. Brian became a Westfield police officer, then a detective. Amy stayed home and raised their 2 kids, a son named Travis and a daughter named Victoria. They lived in a beautiful, big, old farmhouse in Westfield. 200 years old, that house. Real Americana. Wood floors and a dining room and a yard and a porch. Amy's whole world was that house and those kids. Her best friend, Terry Licciardi, would later tell investigators and reporters the same thing over and over. Amy loved being a mom. Loved it. She was the kind of mother who threw herself into it. Birthday parties, school events, holidays, the center of the family. By the time the kids were grown, Amy was a grandmother in the making. She was planning to spend her later years in the house she loved, watching her family expand around her. I want to stay on Amy for a minute, because in true crime, we always race toward the killer and we leave the victim flat on the page. And Amy Fanion was not flat. She was, by every account from people who knew her, a genuinely warm person. The Hansen family was tight. Her brothers and sisters all stayed close into adulthood. Her brother, Eric Hansen, would later sit for police interviews about Brian and about Amy and about what kind of woman she was. None of those interviews suggest a woman who was anywhere near suicide. There were no hospital visits for mental health. There was no medication for depression. The toxicology after her death came back clean. No drugs in her system, no alcohol, nothing. She had been thinking about how to fix up the upstairs of their farmhouse. She had been making plans for grandkids. She had, in fact, been making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches the day she died, in the middle of an ordinary Tuesday. That's the part of this case that I cannot get out of my head. The ordinariness, the PB&J on a plate in the kitchen, the fact that whatever she thought was wrong in her marriage, Amy Fanion was on a Tuesday afternoon making lunch for her husband. That's not a woman whose mind was on darkness. That's a woman whose mind was on Tuesday. Brian, meanwhile, had built the other half of that perfect picture. He climbed through the ranks of the Westfield Police Department. He became a detective. He worked cases. He stood at crime scenes with a notebook and asked the kind of questions that solve homicides. He was, by his colleagues' accounts, good at his job. Thorough. Patient. He knew how to read a scene. He knew what evidence mattered and what didn't. And outside of work, he was a deacon at Wyben Union Church. He went on church mission trips. He taught Sunday school activities. He was, by every visible measure, a pillar of the community. If you'd been a stranger walking through Westfield in early 2018 and you'd asked anyone who Brian and Amy Fanion were, they'd have told you it was one of those marriages. 33 years, 2 kids, the house, the church, the retirement they were about to start planning. That was the picture. That was the picture everybody saw. Honestly, when I first read about this case, the part that got me wasn't the murder. It was the gap. Because that picture above, that picture was real, in the way that those things are real. Amy genuinely loved him. The kids genuinely loved him. The congregation genuinely loved him. And by the spring of 2018, behind that picture, Brian Fanion was already gone. He was already somewhere else mentally, planning a different ending. So let's talk about how it started to come apart. In November 2017, Brian Fanion went on a church mission trip to Mexico. Just an ordinary church trip, a group of people from the community doing some service work, building things, helping out. On that trip, he met a woman. Her name was Corinne Knowles. Everyone called her Corey. She was 48 years old, married, second marriage, by some accounts, with kids of her own. She was a member of her church choir, a wife, a grandmother, the kind of woman who, like Brian, was a fixture in her local religious community. In a different life, they might have been just 2 people who said hello on a mission trip and went back to their normal lives. Instead, something started. At first, Corey would later tell police, it really was just a friendship. They talked. They had things in common. They both had complicated marriages they didn't talk about much. They both had churches and kids and routines. And Corey said, in her own words, that Brian's friendship helped her work through some difficulties in her marriage. And honestly, this is where the case is most uncomfortable to talk about, because Corey Knowles is not the villain of this story. Corey Knowles is, in her own way, one of the people Brian Fanion lied to. She thought she was talking to a deacon. She thought she was talking to a friend from a church mission. She had no idea when she sent those texts that the man she was flirting with was running pension calculations and watching YouTube videos about gunshot residue on his work computer. Corey cooperated fully with police once the affair came out. She sat for an extensive interview. She turned over her phone. She told them everything Brian had said to her, including the part about why divorce wasn't really an option for him. The part about the pension, about his standing in Westfield, about how a divorced Fanion would not be the same as a married Fanion in that town. There's a moment in her police interview that gives you a chill once you know the whole timeline. The detectives are asking Corey, on tape, about that day in Stanley Park, the day Brian couldn't go through with it. And Corey is explaining why, in her view, Brian had pulled back. And she said, and this is in the CBS reporting, it was because he was still married to Amy. She said it almost gently, as if she were describing a man who, despite everything, still had a line he wouldn't cross. A loyalty. The horrible irony of that moment, in hindsight, is that 2 weeks later he crossed a much darker line. He wasn't going to leave Amy. He wasn't going to cheat on Amy in a way that mattered to him, but he was apparently going to kill her. By early 2018, the relationship with Corey wasn't a friendship anymore. I'm going to walk you through the timeline of Brian Fanion's Google searches now, because this is where this case stops being a story about a detective and starts being a story about a man planning something on his own work computer. In early March 2018, Brian Fanion started repeatedly Googling Corey Knowles on his Westfield Police Department computer. Just her name, looking her up, reading about her, That's not how friendship behaves. That's how obsession behaves. On April 2nd, 2018, with things heating up between him and Corey, Brian sat at that same work desk and typed in a search that, when investigators later read it, told them everything they needed to know about the man in front of them. He searched, and I'm quoting the exact phrase, "Can you have an affair without sex?" That's not a question an innocent man asks. That's not a question a man with a clean conscience types into his work browser. That is the question of a man who has already decided what he wants, and is now Googling whether the version of it he's having quite counts as cheating yet. It got worse. On April 17, 2018, Brian Fanion started researching Massachusetts divorce law. Specifically, he was looking at pages about pension rights after divorce. He was a 30-year cop. His pension was huge. It was the bulk of his retirement. And in Massachusetts, the way it works, a wife of 33 years is entitled to a substantial portion of her husband's pension in a divorce. Corey Knowles would later tell police plainly what Brian had told her about this. He didn't want to lose half his pension. He didn't want to be the divorced guy in Westfield. The Fanions were the Kennedys of that town, remember? A divorce was public. A divorce would mean every neighbor, every cousin, every parishioner knowing his marriage had failed. And here is the line the prosecutor would later put in front of the jury. The line that, when I read it, I had to stop reading for a second. The line from the Hampton County Assistant District Attorney, Mary Sandstrom. She told the jury what she believed had been going on in Brian Fanion's head in those weeks. "He can't divorce Amy," Sandstrom said, "for how he is going to be seen in this community. Divorce is public, but, in his mind, murder doesn't have to be." Read that with me. Divorce is public. Murder doesn't have to be. That was the math. Now also, and I want to be careful and fair here, the affair with Corey never actually became a full physical affair. There was one moment on April 23, 2018, where Brian left work early and met Corey at Stanley Park in Westfield. They made out. There was some sexual touching. But Brian Fanion, according to Corey's later interview with police, couldn't go through with it. He said he couldn't. He told her, basically, that he was still married to Amy, and it didn't feel right. They stopped. That same afternoon at 5:29 p.m., Corey sent him a text message. The text said, "I can feel your lips on mine. Love that memory." 5 minutes later, at 5:34, Brian replied. He said he was thinking of the one where her legs were around his waist. Those text messages are real. They were entered into evidence. They were read in open court. So here's where Brian Fanion's life is in late April 2018. He has a 33-year marriage with a woman who loves him. He has 2 adult kids and a future of grandchildren. He has a deacon seat at his church. He has a pension he's been working for since he was 21. And he has, behind all of that, a near affair with a married church friend that he can't quite consummate, a wife he doesn't want anymore, a divorce he can't afford, and a reputation he can't bear to lose. And on April 27, 2018, 10 days after the divorce law searches, Brian Fanion sat down at his work computer, opened a new browser window, and started Googling GSR testing, 11 days before his wife died. Now I want to walk you through what the Westfield Police Department's own cybercrime investigator found on Brian Fanion's office computer. Because the picture it paints isn't a guy who snapped. It isn't a guy who lost his temper in a moment. It's a guy who, calmly in his office with the door open and his colleagues walking past, was reading the manual. April 27, 2018. Between 9:22 and 9:38 a.m., 16 minutes, Brian Fanion visited 5 web pages related to gunshot residue. One of them was titled, "Gunshot Residue Collection, The Decisions That Make or Break a Case." Another was a news report on YouTube called, "What Gunshot Residue Tests Tell Us." He didn't bookmark a thing. He didn't print anything. He just read and watched and clicked. Mary Sandstrom told CBS, plain as you can say it. Brian Fanion wasn't assigned to any active investigations in April or May of 2018 that would have required him to look up gunshot residue. And the Westfield Police Department doesn't do gunshot residue testing. Nobody in that building was studying GSR for any official reason. There was no class, no training course, no assigned case. A homicide detective was looking up how to defeat the test, that would catch a killer. And in the same time period, his searches got darker. Investigators would later find that, alongside the GSR research, his devices contained searches related to poisons, to ways of killing somebody and making it look like suicide. He was, by every read of his web history, running through options, trying things out in his head, comparing methods. He had narrowed it down, and one of the most chilling pieces of the web history, the prosecution would later tell the court, was something Brian did in the hours just before the murder itself. Assistant District Attorney Mary Sandstrom told the court that mere hours before he drove home for lunch on May 8, 2018, Brian Fanion was looking at apartments. Apartments. Places to stay. Sandstrom's read of that, for the jury, was simple. He wasn't planning to die that day. He wasn't planning to be sad. He was planning where he was going to live after his wife was gone. He chose the gun, his own gun, his service weapon, the pistol the Westfield Police Department had issued to him as a detective. Let me set the scene for the day itself. May 8th, 2018, a Tuesday. The Fanion family farmhouse in Westfield, around 1 in the afternoon. Amy is at home. She's making lunch. By Brian's own account to detectives, she was making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Brian, at 11:45 that morning, left the Westfield police station. He drove home. He told detectives later that he'd come home for lunch, that he'd met Amy, who was on her way back to the house, and they'd ended up at home together at the kitchen table. He said they got into an argument. He said it was a continuation of an argument from the night before, about retirement, about what each of them expected retirement to be. He told the detectives that he didn't want to spend his retirement maintaining their 200-year-old house, and Amy still loved that house and wanted to stay. In Brian's version, the argument got heated. Amy got angry. And then, he said, she grabbed his service weapon, the gun he'd left somewhere in the house, and shot herself in the head. That was his story. He called 911 and reported a suicide. When the Massachusetts State Police got to the farmhouse, that's what they were told. A heartbroken cop, a 911 call, a wife who'd done something nobody saw coming. It almost worked. Detective Mike McNally was one of the first investigators on the scene. He walked into that dining room and he saw, in his own words, Amy essentially in a pile of blood that was beginning to congeal under her left side. There was blood spatter on the dining room window frame in the direction of the breezeway. There was a pair of glasses on the floor. Amy's glasses, with what looked like red-brown spatter on them. There was the bullet. And there was the husband, the detective, sitting nearby telling them what had happened, in the calm professional voice of a man who had done this job for over 30 years. What McNally and the other officers also noticed, almost immediately, was that the scene didn't quite read right. Dining rooms after suicides have a certain logic to them. The body falls a certain way. The weapon ends up in a specific position. The spatter goes in a predictable direction based on the angle of the shot. Trained crime scene investigators carry this in their head as a kind of internal checklist. And the checklist, the moment they walked into the Fanion farmhouse, was not adding up. The room had been disturbed, partly because medical personnel had moved things to try to help Amy. But underneath that, the underlying geometry of the scene didn't match a self-inflicted shot. The spatter on the window frame, in the direction of the breezeway, suggested the shot had come from a specific angle and direction. The glasses on the floor with spatter on them. Those glasses had to be in a specific place for them to catch that spatter. Everything in the room was a small piece of physics, and the physics did not quite say suicide. Now look, there's a thing that's hard to overstate about how unusual this scene was for the responding officers. Brian Fanion was their professional peer. He was a Westfield detective. Some of the state troopers and detectives who arrived had worked with him before, investigating a fellow cop on the day his wife has died on his dining room floor with his service weapon. That is a brutal situation to walk into. The respectful thing, the easy thing, the human thing, is to take the man at his word, to accept the suicide, to file the paperwork and let him grieve. That's the thing that almost gives me chills about this case. The system did not do the easy thing. The detectives did not take their colleague at his word. From the very first minutes, something was off, and the investigators followed it. Here was the first problem: the autopsy. Amy's autopsy was performed, and the medical examiner determined that the gunshot had been fired from at least 18 inches away. The angle was wrong too, downward. Not the angle you get when a person presses a gun to their own head. 18 inches is not a self-inflicted gunshot. It's just not. To shoot yourself in the head, a normal-sized person presses the muzzle against the skin, or very close to it. An 18-inch standoff means somebody else was holding the gun. Second problem: the gunshot residue, or rather, the lack of it. Amy Fanyon had been shot in the head with a pistol fired from close enough that there should have been residue all over her skin, the standard pattern, the signature of a self-inflicted close-range gunshot. And on Amy's wound, there wasn't any. The residue wasn't there. The pattern was wrong. The scene didn't match Brian's story. That on its own would have been odd. Hair, scientists later argued, can sometimes filter gunshot residue. A long-haired victim with the right angle can leave a strange residue pattern. But even allowing for that, the rest of the picture didn't add up. The distance was too great. The angle was wrong. The trajectory pointed away from a self-inflicted shot. The state police started looking harder. On May 17, 2018, 3 days after Amy's wake, 2 detectives from the Massachusetts State Police, Brendan O'Toole and Mike Blanchette, brought Brian Fanyon back in for a second interview. They sat him down, they recorded it, and they started asking him questions that slowly ratcheted up. Brian, do you understand I got a recorder on right now? That's Detective O'Toole on the recording. Yes, Brian. They walked him through the morning of May 8th again. The lunch, the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, the argument, the retirement. The detectives asked him to recreate the timing, when he left the station, when he got home, what he and Amy said to each other. And Brian, who is himself trained to do this kind of questioning, walked them through it carefully. He told them he'd left his office around 11:45, driven to North Road, met Amy on her way home. They'd had lunch. The argument from the night before, he said, had carried into the afternoon. He said Amy was very angry. O'Toole pushed him. When you say heated, the detective asked, what do you mean? What was the argument about? Brian's answer was simple. He said he was retiring soon. He said they were discussing what each of them expected retirement to look like. He told the detectives he didn't want to spend his retirement maintaining their 200-year-old house. Amy still loved that house. Now think about that answer for a moment. Think about how thin it is as a motive for suicide. A wife of 33 years takes her own life in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon because her husband doesn't want to keep maintaining the house she loves. Even Brian, telling it, is essentially admitting his story doesn't have a real reason inside it. He's giving the detectives an argument about the house, and he's asking them to fill in the rest with their own imagination, that maybe Amy was unstable, that maybe there were issues, that maybe a woman could just suddenly grab her husband's service weapon and end her life because they disagreed about home repairs. The detectives, sitting across from him, were not filling that in. They had Amy's autopsy. They had the family interviews. They had a clean toxicology report. No drugs in her system the day she died, no alcohol. The detectives understood that Amy, like a lot of people in their 50s, had her own history with anxiety at points in her life, something the defense would later argue strongly in court. But what they could see, in the picture they had, was no recent crisis, no active mental health emergency, no goodbye note, no signs of the kind of acute breakdown that ends a life in the middle of making a sandwich. The detectives let Brian keep talking. And then they started asking him about Corey Knowles, because by this point, 3 days after the wake, while Brian was still in a black suit half the time, investigators had been doing their work. They'd pulled phone records. They'd seen the texts. They'd identified the woman. "We've seen the text messages," O'Toole said to Brian in that interview. "In all honesty, Brian, it looks like it's a lot more than a friendship, you know." Brian's answer is honestly one of the most telling things in this whole case. He didn't deny it. He didn't get angry. He didn't say his marriage was none of their business. He admitted it. Carefully. The way a cop would admit it if he were thinking 5 steps ahead. "I know it escalated," he said. "And I'm completely embarrassed by it, ashamed of it, and shouldn't happen." Look at that sentence as a detective would look at it. Embarrassed, ashamed, shouldn't happen. He's already minimizing. He's already framing it as a mistake he made, not a motive. He's giving them a story they can let go of. He's the cop in the chair, but he's also the suspect in the chair. And he is still trying to manage both of those roles at once. There was another moment in the interrogation, captured in the CBS reporting, where Detective O'Toole simply laid the forensic problem on the table for Brian to see. He said, basically, "Brian, there's no doubt your wife was shot. The question is from what distance? That's the whole question." And the whole question, the detective was telling him, was a question Brian Fanion's story did not survive. It didn't work because the cybercrime team was working in parallel. Within a week of Amy's death, investigators had seized every electronic device Brian Fanion had touched: his office computer, his laptop, his phone. Detective Tom Forrest from the cybercrime unit pulled the hard drives, and what he found in the next few weeks ended Brian Fanion's freedom. The Corey searches, the "Can you have an affair without sex" search, the Massachusetts divorce law and pension pages, the GSR testing searches, the YouTube video, the poisons research, the how to make it look like suicide research, a picture in keystrokes of a man planning. Now, Brian's defense team, when this all came out in court, had an answer for some of it. They argued, through Brian's attorney Jeffrey Brown, that the Fanions had been preparing to have a young niece come and stay with them in the old house. So, some of the searches about hazards in old homes were, according to the defense, totally innocent. They were just a couple child-proofing their old farmhouse for a visit. The problem with that defense, Mo and the prosecutor went straight at it, is that none of those innocent explanations covered the GSR searches. There was no niece-related reason to study gunshot residue. There was no child-proofing angle to, "Can you have an affair without sex?" The defense's explanations covered some of the side searches, the easy ones to wave away. The center of the web history, the part that pointed straight at a planned killing, had no innocent version. Investigators interviewed Corey Knowles. She told them about the texts, about the makeout at Stanley Park, about Brian's fear of losing his pension. She told them, in plain language, what Brian had said about the cost of a divorce. They interviewed members of the family. Amy's brother, Eric Hansen, gave a recorded interview to police. Eric had heard, from Brian's own mouth, a story about Amy and the gun, about Amy supposedly grabbing it. The family was, in those early days, trying to make sense of an impossible loss. Some of them, like Eric in his early interview, were processing what Brian had told them. Others later in the case, some of Amy's other family members, would actually take the stand for Brian at trial. The Hansen family, like the Fanion family, was being split apart by the question of what had really happened in that dining room. There was no unified story coming out of either family about who Amy was at the end of her life. What there was, and what investigators kept coming back to, was the lack of any acute, recent warning. No suicide note, no goodbye, no call to a friend that morning, no psychiatric crisis, none of the lead-up that almost always exists when somebody takes their own life on an ordinary Tuesday. And on May 17th, with all of that mounting, the state police were watching Brian Fanion in that interrogation room and weighing how much of his story was going to survive. Most of it didn't. It took the state, in the end, until November of 2019 to file the murder charges. Cases like this, a respected detective, a 911 call ruled suicide, a wife dead in her own dining room. They don't get rushed. The investigators wanted everything: the autopsy, the GSR experts, the computer forensics, fully analyzed, the interview transcripts, the financial records, the pension math, the text messages, the Corey interviews, the family interviews, the reconstruction of the scene. By the time they were ready in November 2019, they had a case that would not move. Brian Fanion was arrested for the first-degree murder of his wife. He pleaded not guilty, and he sat out on bail in some of that time, for the years it took the case to grind its way to trial. His trial began on February 21st, 2023, almost 5 years after Amy's death. Hampton County Superior Court, Springfield, Massachusetts. The lead prosecutor was Mary Sandstrom of the Hampton District Attorney's Office, working under DA Anthony Gallooni. Brian's defense was led by attorney Jeffrey Brown. The courtroom was packed. Westfield had been talking about this case for 5 years. Reporters from local TV stations, from the Republican newspaper, from Boston media, from CBS's 48 Hours, and in the gallery every day, Brian Fanion's family on one side, Amy's family on the other. Cousins, siblings, the 2 grown Fanion children, Travis and Victoria, trying to navigate the impossible question of how to feel about a father on trial for killing their mother. I want to stay on that detail for a moment, because it's the part of these cases that almost nobody talks about. When a father is accused of killing the mother of his children, those children are dragged into the worst possible kind of public choice. Do you sit on his side of the gallery the way you've sat at his side at every dinner table for your entire life? Or do you sit on her side, the side of the mother who is no longer here? There is no right seat. Every choice they make is going to be read by reporters, by the jury, by their relatives, by themselves for the rest of their lives. Travis and Victoria Fanion lost their mother once on May 8, 2018. They lost their father in a different way every single day of that trial. Whatever they believed, however they navigated it, they were the quietest victims in that courtroom. Mary Sandstrom's opening statement laid it out for the jury. The defendant, she said, was a deacon at Wyben Union Church and an officer for the Westfield Police Department. And the evidence, she said, was going to show that, in her words, while the defendant was repulsed by continuing his marriage with Amy, he could not divorce her without consequences he was not willing to face. Divorce was public. The Fanion name in Westfield was public. The pension was money. Then she walked them through it. The Corey timeline, the texts, the work computer, the can you have an affair without sex, the pension searches, the 11-day out GSR searches, the poisons, the how to fake a suicide pages, the 911 call, the scene that didn't match, the autopsy, the 18 inches, the angle. The witnesses came up one after another. Detective Mike McNally walked the jury through the scene. Detective Brendan O'Toole described the interrogations and played the tapes. The jury got to hear, in Brian's own voice, the careful, calm, professional way he had answered questions days after his wife's death. Detective Tom Forrest from the Cybercrime Unit took the stand to walk the jury through the web history. The medical examiner explained the autopsy findings, the 18-inch standoff, the downward angle, the lack of close-range residue on Amy's skin. Corey Knowles took the stand too. She had no choice. She was, by then, no longer Corey Knowles. She had remarried and was now Corey Hasty. But on the stand, she was the woman in those text messages, the woman in Stanley Park, the woman the prosecution called as a witness to the motive. She was, by every account from people who watched her testimony, uncomfortable in that chair. She wasn't on trial. She hadn't done anything criminal. But she had to walk a jury through the most embarrassing chapter of her life, in public, with reporters writing it all down. She answered the questions. She confirmed what Brian had said to her about his marriage, about the pension, about why divorce wasn't really on the table for him. And then she got off the stand and went back to a life that, from that day on, would always have her name attached to a man who killed his wife. The defense fought hard. Jeffrey Brown argued that Amy Fanion had taken her own life during an argument about retirement plans, that the marriage had been under strain, that the searches, the parts they couldn't easily explain away, were not enough to convict, that they were suspicious, sure, but a man's web browsing history is not a confession. Brown argued that the gunshot residue evidence was less reliable than the prosecution made it out to be, that hair and other factors could change the pattern, that the science wasn't airtight. He hammered at every weak point. He brought in an expert who would later, on 48 Hours, demonstrate with hair samples how GSR could be filtered. He raised reasonable doubt wherever he could find it. And I want to be fair to that side of the case because it deserves to be heard. The defense did not just argue technicalities. Brown told the jury that Amy Fanion was, in his words, not without her demons. He argued that Amy had a long struggle with anxiety and depression, that she kept a personal diary where she wrote about her difficulties, and that she had stopped taking certain medications shortly before her death. The defense called character witnesses, and here is the part of the trial that I think is the hardest to read about on either side. Some of those witnesses came from Amy's own family. One of Amy's sisters testified for Brian. Amy's mother testified for Brian. Even one of Amy and Brian's own children, by reporting on the case, gave testimony that did not destroy Brian's version of events. These are not the people you'd expect a wife killer's defense to put on the stand. They knew Amy. They loved Amy. And they were, at least at the time of the trial, not willing to say plainly that Brian had murdered her. Whatever their reasons, disbelief, family loyalty, genuine memories of Amy's struggles, they sat in that witness box for him. That made the prosecution's job harder, not easier. The jury had to weigh the loved ones of the victim taking the stand for the defendant against the loved ones of the victim sitting on the prosecution's side of the gallery. It was not a clean picture of guilt. It was a family torn down the middle. Brown also leaned on the affair with Corey angle in a way that might surprise you. He pointed out, fairly, that the affair with Corey never actually became fully physical, that Brian had pulled back at Stanley Park, that when Corey had eventually backed away from the relationship later in the spring, Brian had not chased her, had not threatened her, had not done anything to suggest a desperate man committed to a future with her. If, Brown asked the jury, Brian's whole plan was to kill Amy so he could be with Corey, why was he so willing to let Corey walk away? It's a real question. The prosecution's answer was that Corey was never really the point. Corey was a symptom. The point was that Brian wanted out of his marriage on his own terms, without divorce, without consequences, without losing his pension or his standing. And the affair was simply one piece of evidence that his head had already left the marriage. And honestly, for a moment, sitting through some of that testimony, you can see how a juror might have wavered. The forensics on GSR are genuinely complicated. The defense had a real point that absence of GSR alone wasn't a slam dunk, and the family witnesses, Amy's own family, were a powerful counterweight to the prosecution's portrait of a happy marriage. But the jury did not get the forensics alone, and they did not get the family witnesses alone either. They got the 18-inch distance. They got the angle. They got the affair. They got the pension. They got the work computer with 11 days of evidence on it. They got Corey Knowles on the stand. They got the interrogation tapes. They got Brian Fanion's own statements about why he didn't want a divorce. They got Mary Sandstrom's line about murder being private. And they had a deliberation that lasted into a second day. 2 days of going through it, the way a careful jury does. They had to consider the possibility that 12 different people, plus an alternate or two, looking at the same mountain of evidence, would reach the same conclusion. They had to be sure. First-degree murder in Massachusetts carries one penalty, and the penalty has no exit. There is no parole. So a guilty verdict on this charge is not something a jury hands down lightly. They went through it. On March 22, 2023, a Wednesday, the jury came back. Guilty of first-degree murder. That same day, Brian Fanion was sentenced. In Massachusetts, first-degree murder carries a single mandatory penalty, and the judge handed it down. Life in prison, without the possibility of parole. Brian Fanion is now in his 60s. He will die in a cell. After the verdict, his defense attorney Jeffrey Brown stood outside the courthouse and said, "On the record, Your Honor, the jury plainly got it wrong. Anyone who truly knows Amy Fanion and Brian Fanion knows that Brian did not shoot his wife, Amy. That's how the Fanion family side has continued to feel. There are still people in Westfield who do not believe Brian killed her. People who knew them for 40 years, who cannot square the man they thought they knew with the man Mary Sandstrom described. Mary Sandstrom said something to CBS News reporter Nikki Batiste afterwards that's worth holding on to. She said, and I'm paraphrasing, that no trial is ever really a victory, because, she said, Amy Fanyon should still be here. Amy should be with her daughter and her son and her grandchildren to be, and she's not. And the whole thing, the work computer, the pension math, the affair that never quite happened, the staged scene on the dining room floor, was all so that Brian Fanyon could continue to enjoy his life and end hers. Hampton District Attorney Anthony Gallooni put it more bluntly in his statement. Mr. Fanyon's behavior was calculating and shockingly cruel, Gallooni said. I commend the members of the jury who saw through his defense and held him accountable. This result illustrates that no matter your position or power, justice is blind. No matter your position or power, read between the lines on that one. The local DA was saying out loud what people in Westfield had been quietly wondering for 5 years. Would the Kennedy family of Westfield, the police family, the church family, actually get convicted? In a system where cops investigate cops? In a town where the Fanyon name had been respected for generations? It was a real question. And the answer the jury gave is a rare one. Yes, even him. Now I want to come back to the part of this case that has stayed with me the most. Not the murder itself, the premeditation. When somebody snaps in a fight with their spouse, that's a tragedy. It's a different kind of tragedy. It's a moment of rage, a hand on a weapon, an action that can't be taken back. Juries sometimes find that to be manslaughter, not murder, because there's a difference, legally, between losing control and planning. Brian Fanyon did not lose control. The 11-day timeline tells you that. The GSR research tells you that. The poisons research tells you that. The how to make it look like suicide searches tell you that. The can you have an affair without sex search tells you that the man had already mentally checked out of his marriage and was running cost-benefit analyses on his exit options. He chose murder over divorce because divorce was a worse outcome for him. Not for Amy. For him, his reputation, his pension, his standing in Westfield. He sat at a desk in a police department and treated his wife's life like a line item in a retirement budget. And then, this is the part, he went home on May 8th, 2018, between 11:45 a.m. and 1 in the afternoon, with the GSR research in his head and his service weapon on his belt, and he ate the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches Amy was making. Or at least he was at the table with her while they were being made. He argued with her, by his own account. They were already, on his own admission, fighting about retirement plans. Imagine Amy in those last hours. She gets up that morning the way she's gotten up thousands of mornings in that 200-year-old farmhouse. She has plans for the day. Maybe she's thinking about her grandkids that don't exist yet. Maybe she's thinking about how to fix up a room upstairs for a niece. Maybe she's annoyed at her husband from the night before, the argument about retirement that didn't quite finish. She goes to the kitchen. She gets out bread, peanut butter, jelly, a knife. She knows her husband is coming home for lunch. She makes him sandwiches the way she's made them 1,000 times. She doesn't know that 11 days ago, he sat at a desk and looked up how to defeat the test that would catch him. She doesn't know that 3 weeks ago, he visited a page called My Perfect Affair, How I'm Getting Away With It. She doesn't know that 2 weeks ago, he made out with a woman from church in a public park. She doesn't know any of it. She makes the sandwiches. He comes home. They sit at the table. They argue about the house. She gets up, or he gets up. The gun comes out. And the woman who has been the warm center of one family in one small town for 33 years dies on her own dining room floor, without knowing that any of this was coming. That, when I sit with it for a long time, is the part of this case I cannot let go of. She had no idea. She had been making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Mary Sandstrom argued the jury could see what happened in that dining room from the evidence. Brian shot Amy. Then he positioned the gun. Then he made the call. Then he sat with the body, waiting for his colleagues to arrive. Same colleagues he'd worked alongside for years. He was going to walk them through a story he'd been planning for weeks. Imagine the calm that takes. Imagine sitting in your dining room with your wife of 33 years on the floor next to you and waiting for the state police to show up so you can perform grief for them. That is what the jury in the end believed Brian Fanion did. And here is the detail that, when I read it, I had to set the article down. The investigators who finally took him apart, the Massachusetts State Police, the Westfield detectives, the cybercrime unit, were Brian Fanion's professional family. They did the kind of work he did. They knew what crime scenes look like. They knew how interrogations go. They knew how to read a witness. And one of the things that made this case prosecutable, in the end, was that the cops investigating him refused to take the easy path. They didn't accept the suicide. They didn't extend the professional courtesy. They followed the evidence into a place that made their own profession look bad, because the alternative was letting one of their own walk away from murder. That doesn't always happen. It happens far less often than it should. And it's the only reason Amy Fanion's story isn't a closed file with the word suicide stamped on the cover. There's one detail I'll leave you with, from Brian Fanion's own work computer. From the day after the makeout at Stanley Park, the day after he and Corey Knowles touched each other in a public park, and then he told her he couldn't quite go through with it because, in his own words to her, he was still married to Amy. The day after that, on April 24th, 2018, Brian Fanion sat back down at his work desk at the Westfield Police Department, and he visited web pages with titles like My Perfect Affair, How I'm Getting Away with It, and Emotional Infidelity, Worse Than a Sexual Affair. 2 weeks later, his wife of 33 years was on the dining room floor. He never had to face Amy, never had to tell her about Corey, never had to fight her in a divorce court, never had to write her a check for half his pension, never had to see his name in a Westfield divorce announcement, never had to admit to anyone, to Corey, to his kids, to his church, to himself, that he wanted out. Because in his mind, the math came out cleaner the other way. Divorce was public. Murder didn't have to be. So let me ask you what I've been asking myself. The defense in this case said the jury got it wrong. There are still people in Westfield who say so too. People who knew Brian for 40 years and can't reconcile the deacon they remember with the man Mary Sandstrom described. So what do you think? Was this a man who lost a moment and then desperately tried to cover it up? Or was this exactly what the prosecutor said it was? A 33-year detective who calmly studied his own profession from the inside and used what he knew to try and walk away from his wife of 3 decades? Tell me in the comments. I read every one of them. And if you made it all the way to the end of this case, thank you, genuinely. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Brian Fanion got caught in 5 years. He almost pulled it off, except for the Google searches on a work computer he didn't think to wipe. The last cop on this list spent 30 years making sure the world didn't. Kansas City, Kansas. From the late 70s through the early 2000s, a homicide detective named Roger Golubsky worked the toughest neighborhoods in the city. On paper, a legend, promoted fast, closed cases, newspapers called him a hero. The women in those neighborhoods, black women, most of them poor, most of them invisible to the city's official records, called him something else. They called him the Grim Reaper. They said he showed up at their doors after their sons or husbands were arrested and offered them a choice they were not allowed to refuse. For decades, nobody outside those neighborhoods listened, until a 16-year-old kid named Lamont McIntyre, who'd done 23 years in prison for a double murder he didn't commit, walked out a free man in 2017 and named the detective who'd put him in there. By the time the federal government finally indicted Roger Golubsky, he was 70 years old. The trial was set for December 2nd, 2024. He never made it to opening statements.
He's been the focus of several KCTV5 investigations. Now he could be the focus of a grand jury investigation.
He broke us, taunted us, stalked us for years.
There's so many victims who were silenced and coerced into silence. And
everyone deserve a full investigation, an explanation of what happened, how it happened, and why it happened.
December 2nd, 2024, Topeka, Kansas, 9 o'clock in the morning. A federal courthouse is filling up. Reporters, family members, activists who have been waiting for this day for 30 years. The defendant in this case is supposed to walk through those courtroom doors any minute now. Jury selection is about to begin. He never shows up. His name is Roger Golubski. He is 71 years old. He is a retired police detective. He was, for 35 years, one of the most powerful men in Kansas City, Kansas. And on this morning, the federal government is finally, about to try him for what prosecutors call the grossest acts of corruption a police officer can commit. When the judge realizes the defendant is not coming, she issues an arrest warrant. Police rush to his house in Edwardsville. They find him on the back porch, a single gunshot wound, a stolen, untraceable handgun on the floor next to him. Roger Golubski is dead. And with him, buried with him, are decades of secrets that hundreds of women, dozens of wrongfully imprisoned men, and an entire community had been waiting their entire lives to hear. Some of them never will. This is the story of how one detective in one American city used the power of his badge to assault, intimidate, and frame an entire generation of black women and black men. How the police department around him knew, how prosecutors knew, how the system protected him for 30 years, and how, on the morning he was finally going to face the people he hurt, he made sure he never had to. Stay with me, because this is going to get much worse before it gets to anything resembling justice. I have read a lot of cases. I have spent a lot of time inside the kind of true crime stories where the bad guys are bad and the good guys are good, and the system, eventually, sorts it out. This is not one of those stories. This is a story about a man who, for 35 years, was the system, who wielded the system as a weapon, who used the trust the public placed in his badge to commit, by the most conservative estimate, hundreds of crimes, and probably many, many more. And the only reason any of us know his name today is because of one mother with a notebook who refused to give up. Let me take you back to 1975. The Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, the KCKPD, was not a large department. It did not have the resources or the outside scrutiny of major city forces. Internal affairs investigations were rare. Officers protected each other. The community policing model was simple. The cops did what the cops did, and you stayed out of the way. That was the world Roger Golubski walked into. He was in his early 20s when he joined. White. A local man who knew the streets and the neighborhoods. He moved up through the ranks the way most cops do, by closing cases, patrol, vice, homicide. By the late 1980s, he was a detective. By the 1990s, he was a senior investigator handling some of the city's most serious cases. By the time he retired in 2010, after 35 years of continuous service, he had been promoted to captain. That is the official story. The one in his personnel file. The one his family probably told at his retirement party. The unofficial story is different. The unofficial story is that for most of those 35 years, Roger Golubski operated essentially as his own private kingdom inside the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. He had his territory. He had his people. He had his methods. His methods, federal prosecutors would later allege in a sworn indictment, were these. He targeted black women in the poorest neighborhoods of the city. He waited for moments of vulnerability, a traffic stop, a relative in trouble, a child in custody. He used the power of his badge to extract sex. And once he had the leverage, once he had the assault on his record, and the woman terrified, he kept her. He used her as an informant. He used her for sex on demand. He used her to feed him information about other people in the neighborhood. And when he needed a witness for a case, a witness who would say what he needed her to say, he had a list of women he could call. He didn't investigate cases. He coerced his way to closures. When he wanted a case closed, he didn't need evidence. He needed a name. He'd pick a young black man from the neighborhood, sometimes from the same family as one of the women he was already controlling, and he'd build a case around him. Witnesses would suddenly remember things they hadn't seen. Confessions would appear from nowhere. Alibis would be ignored. Innocent men went to prison. Guilty men walked free. For 35 years. And here's the detail that I think captures, more than any other, who Roger Golubski actually was. It came not from a victim or an investigator or a prosecutor. It came from his own ex-wife. She gave a sworn affidavit during the legal proceedings to exonerate Lamont McIntyre. She said she had asked her husband one day why he was so attracted to black women. His answer, according to her sworn statement, was, "Because they're uneducated." That is who Roger Golubski was. In his own words, told to a woman he had married about the targets he had been hunting his entire career. He didn't see them as people. He saw them as easy. But here's the part you need to understand. The community knew. For decades, the black women of Kansas City, Kansas, talked about Detective Golubski. They warned each other. They told their daughters which streets to avoid. They told their sons which detectives not to talk to without a lawyer. They knew his car. They knew his face. They knew that if Detective Golubski pulled you over or stopped you on the street or knocked on your door, something bad was about to happen. But who was going to listen to them? Who listens to a black woman in a poor neighborhood in the 1980s, in the 1990s, when she says the police detective has been forcing himself on her? When she says he threatened to put her brother in prison if she didn't do what he wanted? When she says he made her wear a dog collar? That last detail, the dog collar, is not something I made up. It came from sworn deposition testimony given by a woman identified in court documents only as SK, one of the named victims in the federal indictment. I want to slow down here because SK's story is, in a single life, almost the entire pattern. It started with a phone call. She was 13 years old. The number was unknown. The voice on the other end told her he was a police officer. He told her she was listed as a witness in an incident and that if she didn't want to go to jail, she needed to come talk to him. He told her not to come to the station, to come somewhere else. He named a meeting place. She went. What happened in that first meeting set the pattern for the next 4 years of her life. He asked her about her past. She told him about the foster homes, about the abuse she had already survived. She thought for a moment that he might be someone who would help her. Then his hand was on her thigh. What followed over the next 4 years was rape, sodomy, beatings, and the kind of psychological control that has a clinical name. He told her the rules. If she broke them, her grandmother would not see another day in the same outfit she had been wearing. He had described the outfit to her in detail. He had been watching her grandmother. He knew where she lived. He knew what she wore. That was the leverage. Hurt me, and your family disappears. SK testified that the most brutal abuse took place along the Kansas River. She said he took her there because of the trains. The trains, he told her, would cover up the sound of her screams. She said he sang to her there. He took an old children's nursery rhyme, Down by the River, said a hanky-pank, where the bullfrogs jump from bank to bank, and changed the words. In his version, the song was about a woman whose body would not be found until she stank. He sang that song to a teenage girl at the river, where the trains drowned out the screams. And then he reminded her about another woman, a woman named Connie. He said, "You better ask Connie about me. Oh wait, she's not here no more. I can dump you off in that river and nobody will ever know." SK testified that during one assault, he beat her so severely that her bottom lip swelled almost to her chin. She testified that she suffered a miscarriage, woke in the night with sharp pains, hemorrhaged, went to the hospital. When she told Golubski, he denied the child had been his, called her a liar, accused her of trying to extort him. She was telling the truth. The federal grand jury believed her. But for years before that, for decades before that, when she had tried to tell anyone, Nobody listened. I want you to keep that phrase in your head, because it is going to come back. Every time someone tried to do the right thing in this story, every time someone tried to speak up, every time someone tried to get help, nobody listened. SK is just one woman. The federal indictment listed 2 named victims, SK and another woman identified as OW. The federal prosecutors then identified 7 additional women, labeled in court documents as other victims 1 through 7, whose testimony they plan to use at trial to establish a pattern. A federal judge named Toby Kraus, in a 2024 ruling, agreed that those 7 additional women could testify. He wrote that their stories were so similar to each other and to SK's and OW's stories that they could not be coincidence. The judge wrote in his ruling, each involved nearly the same alleged set of forced sex acts and were perpetrated using the same set of tactics. Employment of information only a police officer would know to construct an offer of aid to a vulnerable victim, seclusion of the victim, use of violence, similar threats of death or imprisonment of a family member, and follow-up visits to ensure silence. Read that again. That is, a federal judge describing in clinical legal language the operational method of one police officer over the course of 3 decades. Information only a police officer would know. Seclusion, violence. Threats of death. Threats of imprisonment of a family member. Follow-up visits to ensure silence. That is not the description of a man who made mistakes. That is the description of a man who built a system designed to find, isolate, control, and silence vulnerable women in his community. And he ran that system in the open for 35 years. Now I need to tell you about a 17-year-old boy named Lamont McIntyre. April 15th, 1994. Kansas City, Kansas. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A residential street called Hutching Street. 2 young men, Donald Ewing, 34 years old, and Daniel Quinn, 21 years old, are sitting in a parked blue Cadillac. It is the middle of the day. Children are walking home from school nearby. A short figure in dark clothing walks up to the Cadillac. The figure raises a shotgun. 2 blasts. Both men are dead within seconds. The shooter walks away. Within hours, witnesses tell police they think the shooter's first name was Lamont. There were no last names, no descriptions beyond short and dark clothing. But there was a first name, Lamont. That afternoon, Detective Roger Golubski looked at the case file. He was the lead investigator, and he made a decision that would destroy a family. He picked Lamont McIntyre. Now, I want to be clear about who Lamont McIntyre actually was on that day. He was 17 years old, a high school student, a quiet kid. He cut hair as a side hustle, had been doing it since he was 11, started out giving his brothers haircuts, then moved on to neighbors. By 1994, he was already known in his neighborhood as a kid who could give you a sharp fade for a few dollars. He had no criminal record. He didn't know either of the victims. He had never even been to Hutching Street. On the afternoon of the murders, he had been a mile away at his aunt's house. Multiple family members could vouch for it. Cousins, aunts, neighbors, they all knew where he was. But Detective Golubski wasn't interested in alibis. He was interested in a name. And here's where this story turns from tragedy into something darker. Because Roger Golubski did not pick Lamont McIntyre at random. Years earlier, Roger Golubski had pulled over a woman named Rose McIntyre. She was driving with her boyfriend. Golubski told her boyfriend he was going to be arrested unless Rose came down to the police station the next day. Rose came down to the station. According to her sworn testimony in the lawsuit she later filed, Golubski forced her into a sex act in a back room of the station. After that, Golubski wanted more. He wanted what the federal prosecutors would later describe as a long-term sexual arrangement. He wanted Rose available, on call. Rose said no. She tried to escape him. She moved. She changed her phone number. She tried to make herself invisible to him. But she had a son. A 17-year-old son named Lamont. When Detective Golubski looked at the case file for the Hutching Street double murder, when he saw he needed a Lamont, he saw an opportunity to close a case and to punish a woman who had escaped him. This is what the federal lawsuit later alleged. Lamont McIntyre was framed for a double murder he had nothing to do with, partially because his mother had refused to be Roger Golubski's victim. 6 hours after the murders, Lamont McIntyre was in handcuffs. 6 hours. By 8 p.m. on April 15, 1994, a 17-year-old high school student with no criminal history, no connection to the victims, and an alibi a mile away from the crime scene was being booked into adult custody for a double homicide. The interrogation that night tells you everything about how Golubski operated. He started with simple questions. Had Lamont been in any gang fights? No. Did he know anyone who owned a blue lowrider? No. Where was he at 2 o'clock? At his aunt's house. Then Golubski lied. He told Lamont that one of the victims had survived, that the survivor was at the hospital, and that the survivor had identified Lamont as the shooter. This was a complete fabrication. Both victims had died at the scene. There was no surviving witness. There was no hospital identification. But Lamont was 17 years old, scared, alone in a police station, being questioned by a senior detective. He said it wasn't possible. He said he wasn't there. Golubski didn't care. He had what he needed. He had a name on the file. Lamont's family, his aunts, his cousins, went to the police station multiple times in the days that followed. They tried to give statements. They tried to tell officers where Lamont had actually been. According to their later testimony, an officer at the front desk took their names and their phone numbers. Nobody ever called them back. The eyewitnesses Golubski needed for trial were named Ruby Mitchell and Nico Quinn. Ruby was a neighbor. Nico was Daniel Quinn's cousin. One of the victims was her own family. Ruby had originally told police she thought the killer's first name was Lamont. She had not seen his face clearly. She had been across the street. Nico, on the day of the murders, had told Detective Golubski she could not identify anyone in the photo lineup he showed her. She did not recognize the shooter. That was on day 1. By the time the case got to trial, both women were testifying in court that Lamont McIntyre was the shooter. They identified him. They placed him at the scene. They sealed his fate. What happened in between? According to Nico Quinn's own later testimony, Detective Golubski took her into his police car after her initial denial. They had a private conversation. After that conversation, she was suddenly certain. She would later admit, in sworn testimony, that she had been pressured, that she had been afraid, that Detective Golubski had made it clear what would happen if she didn't say what he wanted her to say. And there is more. Nico's sister, Stacy Quinn, had been a victim of Roger Golubski herself, starting when she was a teenager. The pattern Golubski used was always the same. He found vulnerability in a family, and then he used everyone in that family. He used Stacy for sex. He used Nico for testimony. He used both of them to get the result he wanted on the Hutching Street case. The trial took place in Wyandotte County. The prosecutor was an assistant district attorney named Tara Moorhead. In her opening statement, she told the jury that numerous reliable sources, people, had indicated that the individual who was responsible for this was the defendant, Lamont McIntyre. Numerous reliable sources. When investigators years later went looking for those sources, when they pulled the police file and looked for documentation, they found nothing. A retired Kansas City, Kansas police captain named Randy Esquina later wrote in a sworn affidavit that he had grave doubts whether any of those informants existed at all. The sources were a fiction. The case was built on the coerced testimony of 2 terrified women. The judge ruled that the 17-year-old should be tried as an adult. The defense attorney was appointed, overworked, and under-resourced. He did not adequately challenge the eyewitness testimony, did not adequately investigate the alibi. did not adequately push back on a single thing the prosecution presented. Lamont McIntyre was convicted. He was sentenced to 2 life sentences. He went to prison at the age of 17. He would not come out for 23 years. 23 years. I want you to sit with that number. 23 years. That is more than half of his life. The half that should have been his 20s, his 30s, his early 40s. The years when most of us start careers, fall in love, have children, become who we are going to be. Lamont McIntyre spent those years in a Kansas state prison cell for a crime he did not commit, while Roger Golubski moved up the ranks of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, made captain, got a pension, retired in 2010 to a comfortable suburban home in Edwardsville, Kansas, with a yard and a dog. That was the bargain Detective Golubski struck with the world. A young black man's life in exchange for a closed case file and a paycheck. But here is what nobody tells until it is too late. Lamont McIntyre's mother never stopped fighting. Rose McIntyre, the woman Golubski had assaulted years earlier, the woman whose rejection had put a target on her son's back, spent 23 years trying to get her son out of prison. She kept a notebook, a big one, full of the names of journalists, lawyers, advocacy organizations, talk show hosts, anyone she thought might listen. Most of them didn't. She interviewed people in the neighborhood herself. She tracked down witnesses. She read the trial transcripts until she could quote them. She did on her own with no resources what an entire police department and a prosecutor's office had refused to do. She investigated. In an interview years later, Rose said something I want to give you because I think it is the heart of this story. She said, "Nobody heard me. It broke me down. Nobody heard me." 3 failed appeals. Lawyer after lawyer telling her there was nothing more to be done. The state of Kansas told her, in essence, "Your son is guilty. The system has spoken. Go home." She did not go home. In 2014, she connected with Centurion Ministries, a New Jersey-based nonprofit that investigates wrongful convictions. They took the case. Then, the Midwest Innocence Project joined. Then, Cheryl Pilot, a Kansas City attorney with a reputation for taking on impossible cases, signed on. For 3 years, they dug. They re-interviewed witnesses. They tracked down old police files. They found Nico Quinn, and Nico told them the truth. She had been pressured. She had lied. Detective Golubski had made her do it. They built the case, slowly, brick by brick. And in October of 2017, they walked into a Wyandotte County courtroom with a motion to vacate Lamont McIntyre's conviction. The Wyandotte County District Attorney at the time, Mark Dupree, agreed to it. On October 13, 2017, Lamont McIntyre walked out of prison a free man. He was 40 years old. The first thing he did, his family says, was hug his mother. The second thing he did, eventually, was open a barbershop in his hometown. He called it Off the Top. The skill he had been practicing since he was 11 years old, that he had even practiced on his fellow inmates in prison, became his livelihood. 23 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and he came out and started cutting hair. That is who Lamont McIntyre is. But the part of his story that matters most for this case is what his exoneration set in motion. Because everything that came next, every federal investigation, every lawsuit, every federal indictment of Roger Golubski, every bit of it traces back to October 13th, 2017, when one innocent man walked out of a Kansas prison. Once Lamont McIntyre was free, the floodgates opened. Other women who had spent decades silent, started coming forward. Women who said Roger Golubski had assaulted them. Women who said he had threatened their children. Women who said he had used the power of his badge to ruin their lives. The numbers were not small. Federal investigators were eventually looking at allegations from at least 9 victims, plus an unknown number who never came forward. A KCUR investigative podcast called Overlooked began publishing in 2022 and became one of the most downloaded true crime podcasts in the country, telling stories that women in Kansas City, Kansas, had been telling each other in whispers for 30 years. The grand jury heard testimony from women whose stories had been buried for decades, and these stories all sounded the same. A traffic stop, a knock on the door, a police car pulling up next to her on the street. Detective Golubski in plain clothes, telling her he could make her life easy or he could make her life hell. Threats against her children, threats against her boyfriend or her brother, implicit threats, explicit threats, and then the assault. Sometimes in a back room of a police station, sometimes in his car, sometimes at her own home, sometimes for SK, at a riverbank where he sang her death threats. And after the assault, the control. He would call. He would come back. He would expect her to be available, to be silent, to do what he asked. But there is another part of this story I have to tell you, because it is the part that, more than anything else, suggests the full scale of what may have happened. Some of Golubski's alleged victims did not survive him. After Lamont McIntyre's release, his attorney Cheryl Pilot began compiling a list of murdered black women in Kansas City, Kansas, whose deaths had connections to Roger Golubski. Women he had been seen with, women he had been linked to, women whose bodies had been found, often in the same area, a place called the Quindaro Ruins, a stretch of bluff along the Missouri River that had been, in a different century, a stop on the Underground Railroad. There was Elza Mishi, who went by Liza. She was 30 years old, a black woman who worked the streets. Nico Quinn knew her. Liza had told Nico that Detective Golubski was a regular customer. In February of 2004, Liza was found lying on the side of the road with 2 gunshots to the head. Her killer was never found. There was Monique Allen. Nico Quinn had seen her in Detective Golubski's car. Monique was 26 years old when her body was found in January of 1998. She had been beaten to death. Her killer was never found. There were others. Nico Quinn could name them. So could other women in the neighborhood. They had been disappearing for years, the bodies turning up at the Quindaro Ruins on dead-end roads, in empty lots, always black, always poor, always women whose deaths the system had decided were not worth solving. When McIntyre's legal team was preparing the lawsuit that ultimately led to the federal investigation, they sought files on these women. They wanted to establish, for the federal investigators who were starting to listen, that what had happened to Lamont was not an anomaly. It was a method. It was how the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department operated. How many of those women had Roger Golubski been involved with? How many had he assaulted? How many had he threatened? How many had he possibly killed? The federal investigation never got to ask him those questions, because he made sure it didn't. In November of 2022, a separate federal indictment came down. This one was even darker than the first. Roger Golubski was charged, along with 3 other men, with conspiracy and aggravated sexual abuse in connection with a sex trafficking operation. The lead defendant in that case was a notorious local drug dealer named Cecil Brooks, who, prosecutors alleged, had been running a sex trafficking ring out of an apartment complex called the Delavan Townhomes. According to that indictment, between 1996 and 1998, Brooks had been holding teenage girls captive at the Delavan Townhomes, forcing them into involuntary servitude, in the language of the federal complaint. 2 specific teenagers were named, both of them under 18. And Roger Golubski, according to the indictment, was protecting Brooks. He was a police detective. He had a badge. He had access to information. And, federal prosecutors alleged, he was using that access to help a drug dealer run a sex trafficking operation involving children. One of those children, the indictment alleged, had been raped by Golubsky himself. She was 16 years old at the time. This is not a story of a detective who occasionally crossed a line. This is a story of a detective who, according to a federal indictment, was operating as the law enforcement protection arm of an organized crime operation that trafficked teenagers. For 2 years, in Kansas City, Kansas, while he was a serving police officer, the Wyandotte County government in 2022 settled with Lamont McIntyre and his mother for $12.5 million. $12.5 million. That was what 23 years of one innocent man's life and one mother's nightmare was worth by the calculation of municipal lawyers. Lamont's settlement was just the beginning. By 2023, multiple additional women had filed civil suits. 5 more in one consolidated lawsuit alleged that they had been threatened, stalked, and abused by Golubsky for years. Jay-Z's social justice organization, Team Rock, the philanthropic arm of his Rock Nation entertainment company, filed a friend of the court brief supporting the women. The case became national news. After 30 years of silence, it became the kind of case that people in Los Angeles and New York and Washington started paying attention to. I want to give you one detail that, more than anything else, captures Roger Golubsky's relationship with the truth. In 2020, before the federal indictment, while the McIntyre civil suit was making its way through the courts, Golubsky was finally compelled to sit for a deposition. A face-to-face questioning under oath by the McIntyre family's attorneys. Lamont and his mother Rose watched the deposition over a Zoom connection. The first question was simple. The lawyer asked, "You understand we are accusing you of raping women and coercing women into giving false testimony. Some of the grossest acts of corruption a police officer can commit, right?" Golubsky refused to answer. He invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. The lawyer asked another question. He invoked the Fifth. She asked another. He invoked the Fifth. By the end of that deposition day, Roger Golubsky had invoked the Fifth Amendment 555 times. 555 times in a single day, to questions about his job, about his colleagues, about specific cases, about specific women, about specific evidence. Innocent people do not take the Fifth 555 times in a day. People with nothing to hide do not refuse to answer 555 questions. That deposition was, by itself, one of the most damning pieces of evidence in the entire case against him. But the Fifth Amendment cannot be used against a defendant in court. So the federal prosecutors who would later indict him could not technically hold those 555 silences against him at trial. They never got the chance anyway. In September of 2022, the federal government finally said, "Enough." A federal grand jury in Topeka indicted Roger Golubsky on 6 counts of deprivation of civil rights. Federal prosecutors charged him under a specific federal statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 242. That makes it a crime for a government official, including a police officer, to violate someone's federally protected civil rights. The reason they used civil rights charges instead of state charges for sexual assault is technical but important. The state-level statute of limitations on most of his crimes had expired. Federal civil rights charges had a longer window. The federal government was, essentially, the only level of government that could still touch him. This kind of prosecution, bringing a police officer under 18 U.S.C. Section 242 for sexual assault, is extremely rare in the United States. It was, almost, a legal experiment. A test of whether the federal government could be used to reach a man whose state-level crimes had been allowed to age out of accountability. On September 15, 2022, FBI agents arrived at Roger Golubsky's home in Edwardsville, Kansas. They arrested him on his front porch. He was 69 years old. He was wearing a dark blue t-shirt and light blue athletic shorts. He was arraigned that same day in Topeka in front of U.S. Magistrate Judge Rachel Schwartz. He pleaded not guilty to all 6 counts. The federal prosecutor asked the judge to keep him in custody until trial. The defense said no. Their argument was that Golubski was in poor health. He had diabetes, he had heart problems, he had renal failure. He needed dialysis 3 to 4 times a week. His attorney told the judge, if he misses 6 dialysis treatments, he will die. The judge agreed. Roger Golubski was released to home detention. He went home, to his comfortable suburban house, to wait for trial. 2 months later, the federal government filed the additional indictment, the sex trafficking case. 3 other men were charged with him. He was now facing multiple federal cases. He was looking at the rest of his life in federal prison if convicted. But the trial did not happen quickly. For 2 years, the case crawled through the federal system. Pretrial motions, defense motions, health-related delays, scheduling conflicts to work around his dialysis appointments. The trial, when it was finally scheduled, was set up to run on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, specifically to accommodate his medical appointments. Each delay was another day Roger Golubski sat in his comfortable home in Edwardsville, while his accusers, women like Ophelia Williams, who had become the public face of his victims, went to every court hearing, every prayer gathering, every rally, waiting for the day he would finally face them. Ophelia Williams. I want to give you her name because she earned it. After Lamont McIntyre walked out of prison, after the floodgates opened, after the federal investigation began, Ophelia Williams became the woman who would not stop showing up. She was named in the federal indictment as one of the 2 primary victims. In an interview with KCTV5, she described what Golubski had done to her. She said the assaults had not been a single incident. He had come back again and again for years. She said, when she had once threatened to call the police, his response had been simple. I am the police. What good would it do? It would be a long time before anybody found me. I am the police. That was the whole equation. He was the system. The system was him. There was nowhere to go that he could not reach. For 3 years after his arrest, Ophelia Williams was the most visible accuser of Roger Golubski. Every time he appeared in court, she was in the gallery. She traveled to Washington, D.C. to lobby members of Congress. When her own representative would not meet with her, she sat in the hallway of the representative's office for hours. In March of 2024, Roger Golubski did something that should have ended his house arrest. He violated his pretrial release conditions. He went to a fast food restaurant for lunch without permission. The federal prosecutors asked the judge to revoke his house arrest, to put him back in custody. The judge said no. Even when the man on house arrest, awaiting trial for some of the most serious civil rights crimes a police officer has ever been charged with, broke the rules, the system still extended him grace it had never extended to the people he had hurt. Lamont McIntyre had spent 23 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Roger Golubski couldn't even be held accountable for sneaking out for lunch. That contrast is the entire story of why this case mattered, why his accusers spent 30 years waiting. Justice for them had been swift, harsh, and final. Justice for Roger Golubski was endless, patient, and gentle. In the same month, Judge Toby Kraus made a decision that, for a moment, seemed to change everything. He ruled that the 7 additional women, the other victims, 1 through 7, could testify at the upcoming trial. The defense had fought this ruling hard. Golubski's attorney had argued that the 7 additional women were just trying to smear his character. He compared the situation to the Bill Cosby case and claimed that Golubski's accusers were too different from each other for their testimony to be considered a pattern. The judge disagreed. The pattern, he said, was the entire point. That ruling meant that when the trial finally began, the jury would not just hear from SK and OW. They would hear from 9 women describing under oath the same essential set of crimes. 9 women describing the same tactics. 9 women describing what one man had done in one city over the course of 30 years. The trial was set for December 2nd, 2024. His accusers were going to face him in a courtroom for the first time in their lives. That was the plan anyway. In the days leading up to the trial, things had been going badly for Roger Golubski. His health was failing. The media coverage was relentless. Overlooked was being downloaded by hundreds of thousands of people. National news organizations were sending reporters to Topeka. The narrative around him had collapsed completely. Even the police chief who had once been his partner, a man named Terry Ziegler, who had served as Kansas City, Kansas chief of police, was being dragged into the story for having allegedly defended Golubski for years. According to court documents that came out later, Golubski had been writing letters in those final weeks. Letters in which his lawyer would later admit to a federal judge he was despondent about the trial. After his death, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation released a death report obtained by KCUR through an open records request. The report revealed that Golubski had told someone in the days before the trial, "I'll just eat my gun. I'll just eat my gun." That is what he said. He had also somehow gotten access to a stolen, untraceable handgun. Under the conditions of his house arrest, Roger Golubski was specifically prohibited from possessing a firearm. He had electronic monitoring, he had regular check-ins from federal agents, and yet, in the weeks before his trial, he had acquired an untraceable weapon. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation looked into where it came from. They closed their investigation in early 2025. They never publicly identified the source. A man on house arrest with a stolen gun, telling someone he was going to eat his gun. The system that had been monitoring him did not notice. On the morning of December 2nd, 2024, Roger Golubski was supposed to be at the federal courthouse in Topeka by 9 a.m. He didn't go. When the judge in the case realized the defendant was missing, she issued an arrest warrant. Federal agents and local police rushed to his house in Edwardsville. His electronic monitoring device was still showing him at home. He was at home. Edwardsville police received a 911 call from a neighbor who had heard a gunshot. When officers arrived, they found Roger Golubski on the back porch, a single gunshot wound, the stolen handgun on the ground next to him. He was 71 years old. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation later confirmed it was a self-inflicted wound. Suicide. On the morning his trial was supposed to begin. I want to tell you what his accusers said when they heard the news. Outside the courthouse in Topeka, a crowd had gathered for the trial. Activists, family members of his alleged victims, people who had been waiting in some cases for 30 years to see this man face a jury. When the news reached them, the reactions were not what you might expect. Some people cried, some people hugged each other, some people simply walked away. But the dominant emotion, the one Nico Quinn captured in an interview later, was not relief. It was rage. Nico Quinn, the same Nico Quinn who had been forced to lie at Lamont McIntyre's trial, said, "I am angry and hurt at the same time because none of us will be able to face our accuser." That was the part that broke them. Not that he was dead, they had wanted in many cases for him to be dead. What they had wanted was the trial. They had wanted to look him in the eye in a courtroom on a witness stand with a federal jury watching and tell their stories. They had wanted to be believed on the public record in front of the world. And he had taken even that from them. By killing himself before the trial, Roger Golubski did one final cruel thing to the people he had spent his career hurting. He made sure they would never get the moment they had been waiting for. He was buried within days. The federal case against him personally was closed. The sex trafficking conspiracy charges against his alleged co-defendants, including Cecil Brooks, are still working their way through the courts as I record this. Nico Quinn told a reporter after his death, "With Golubski's death, so many secrets will be buried and we will never be able to know what happened to our loved ones." Their loved ones. Plural. Because the women of Kansas City, Kansas, are still asking questions. About people who disappeared in their community. About bodies found at the Quindaro ruins. About a woman named Connie. About Liza Michie. About Monique Allen. About all the others whose names have not been spoken on a podcast, or printed in a newspaper, or read into a federal indictment. Those answers went into the ground with Roger Golubski. In November of 2022, the chief of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, Carl Oakman, announced that the department would be conducting an internal review of 155 cases that Roger Golubski had worked. The Wyandotte County government got $1.7 million to digitize the old case files so they could be reviewed. When reporters asked Chief Oakman whether his department could be trusted to conduct an impartial review of its own former captain, a man who had operated within the department with the protection of the department for 35 years, the chief responded with a phrase that captures everything that has gone wrong in this story. He said, "Who better to clean their own house than those who are involved in it?" That is the Police Department of Kansas City, Kansas, telling the public in 2022 that the right people to investigate decades of corruption inside their department are the same people who have been working alongside that corruption the entire time. Activists called the internal review a major red flag. They demanded a broader federal investigation of the entire department. That investigation has not happened. As of this recording, more than 3 years after Lamont McIntyre's exoneration was followed by Golubski's federal indictment, the Department of Justice has not opened a pattern or practice investigation of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. There has been no federal monitor, no consent decree, no structural reform. The same department where Roger Golubski operated is still operating today. The same culture that allowed 35 years of corruption to flourish is still, by every public account, intact. Lamont McIntyre is in his late 40s now. He runs his barbershop. He runs a real estate company with his brother. He runs Miracle of Innocence, a nonprofit he co-founded with another exoneree to help other wrongfully convicted people transition back into society. He moved to Arizona for part of the year, where he hikes and rides motorbikes through the Southwest. He is, by every account, doing well. But 23 years of his life are gone, and they are not coming back. He missed his 20s. He missed his 30s. He missed the years when his peers were starting families and building careers. He spent those years in a 6x8 cell, cutting other inmates' hair, filing failed appeal after failed appeal, while a free man named Roger Golubski rose to the rank of captain, retired with a full pension, and bought a nice house in the suburbs. And the only reason any of us know Lamont McIntyre's name today is because of his mother. Rose McIntyre's notebook, the one she kept for 23 years, full of names and phone numbers and dead ends, the one she carried into every meeting, every interview, every phone call. That notebook is the reason this entire story came out. One mother with a notebook took down a 35-year police career and exposed an entire department of corruption. One mother with a notebook. Just over a year after Roger Golubski's death, a group of women gathered at Kansas City, Kansas City Hall. Some of them were named victims. Some of them were unnamed accusers. Some were activists who had been showing up to demonstrations for more than a decade. They held a candlelight vigil. They sang an old hymn together, "This Little Light of Mine." And then Ophelia Williams told a reporter what she had come to tell the world. She said, "The death of Roger Golubski and the dropping of any court hearings is not justice, because nothing has really changed. Nothing has really changed. Roger Golubski died on December 2nd, 2024, by his own hand, without ever facing the people he hurt, without the public reckoning his victims had spent 30 years working toward. And the system he served for 35 years is still there, Lamont McIntyre served 23 years. Roger Golubsky served 0. That is not justice. That is the absence of justice. So tell me what you think. Tell me in the comments. Tell me how a system supposed to be built on accountability allowed one man to do this for 35 years. Tell me what you would do if your mother had a notebook full of dead ends and nobody would listen to her. And tell me, honestly, whether you believe this is over. Because somewhere in America tonight, someone with a badge is doing something that someone with a notebook is going to spend the next 30 years trying to expose. I'll see you in the next one.